Yo, what's the deal is? What the deal's is? My peeps, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? How y'all doing, man? What's good, man, on this Saturday night? You know what I'm saying? Saturday evening, you feel me? So I'm just over here, man, doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? Just doing my thing, man, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to hold it down. So what's my bad? So what's good with y'all? So how y'all doing, man? How's everybody you know what I'm saying? Day after Valentine's Day doing, man. I guess you call it that. I'm already just chilling over here, man. Just holding it down. Thought I'd just do a little show on the topic real quick, and then I'm gonna break you off into some other topics too. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna switch it up for y'all, man. I got some good stuff for y'all. You feel what I'm saying? You know, about to drink me a little beer, man. You know what I'm saying? I know, and chop it up with y'all, man. So, oops. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just over here chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yes. All right. So I'm about to get into this. Greg said it before King Alfred playing. You see what I'm saying? Let me get into this real quick. You know, I'm gonna play a little video, man, and you know we're gonna go from there. You see what I'm saying? It's a plan, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a plan. All right. So I'm gonna play a couple of clips, man, and you know. Now Reagan, remember? Ray Hagan. Oh shoot. Oh, this is that's what's his name? The pastor, right? So let me see. Actually, Scott Heron did a song too on this. So let's go. Play this real quick, man. I think this is his album. I mean, I think this is a song on Gil Scott Heron's album. That's why I got in the thumbnail. You see what I'm saying? Venom! With respect to Gil Scott Heron, you know what I'm saying? All right, come on.
What you think about the King Alfred plan? You ain't heard? Where you been, man? If I may paraphrase the government notice reads, should there at any time become a clear and present danger initiated by any radical element threatening the operations of the government of the United States of America, members of this radical element shall be transported to detention centers until such time as their threat has been eliminated. Code King Alfred. Bullshit, I bet you say there ain't no Allen Wood, PA, and people ain't waiting night and day, night and day, night and day. There will be, without the Motown sound and Thunderbird wallowing in the echoes of Malcolm's words, there must be black unity. There must be black unity, for in the end, unity will be thrust upon us. And
now, see, knowing YouTube, they're gonna act funny over this. So let me try to find some more videos on this because YouTube be acting funny with the information. Let it be about Israel or something like that. They ain't gonna act funny with that information. All right, so let me see. Let's see. Let's first see who this dude King Alfred is, right? Okay, so let's go into this right now. I got some other things, man. I got some other videos, man. Let's play this. Shout out to Ray.
Good morning, everyone.
So shout out to my dude's channel.
To be incarcerated and someone who has. So as we look at this story now,
you sound like my kind of.
We have state-to-state militias. We have the National Guard. We have the CIA, the FBI. We have the U.S. Marshals, U.S. Park Service. We are the most police country in the world. But nonetheless, we have the most violence in the world. We have more violence than even third world countries. And we're going to depict that. We're going to show that. We're going to display that here today. I think it's very important that we understand the construct and the environment in which we operate, in which we live, where we try to grow our families. And that's why on some accords you see mass exiting from the citizens of America going to other countries, not just Black Americans, by the way, but white Americans as well. So as we look at this story now, ABC thought it would be intelligent enough to show propaganda and put a black face on the rhetoric that they display at their propaganda news media channel. So I want you guys to take a gander here. I want you to listen and actually how they put a black face on mass shootings. Okay? Listen to this, family. Fair use, fair use.
Brad, when you look at this most recent shooting in Pittsburgh,
of course, we're having technical difficulties all of a sudden, but nonetheless, they're referring to the mass shooting that occurred in Pittsburgh, which was at an Airbnb. Okay, this is an Airbnb. Supposedly, reportedly, and suspectedly, there was over 200 people at this Airbnb, in which two 70-year-old young black men were killed, and a couple other were injured.
Now, a manhunt is still underway for multiple suspects.
So I'm just going to pause this. I see that all of a sudden that the internet is slowing down. I guess that's haphazardly, but we'll just read the story a little bit here. Over the holiday weekend, 12 people were shot at a Columbia, South Carolina mall. Now, this is the story previous than the actual video that they're showing. Now, what they're not telling you here, automatically they have already painted the story as a mass shooting. But what they won't tell you is that this is gang violence. Okay, that's the difference between the violence within the black community and the violence in the white community. A lot of times when we look at mass shootings and mass killings, the huge difference is black people, black Americans are not going to public places to kill random innocent people, men, women, and children alike. That is not our culture. That's not who we are. So I'm tired of the white corporate media painting a face on mass shootings and mass killings as this is usual in the black community. This is not. Now, and of course, in any shooting, you have the chance of innocent bystanders getting wounded. So anyway, over the holiday weekend, 12 people were shot at Columbia, South Carolina mall in nearby Hampton County. 9 people were shot outside a nightclub in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. 2 juveniles were killed and 8 were injured after a shooting at a birthday party. Now, both of these incidents involve black shooters, and this is what I'm referring to. Out of all the shootings that occurred this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, I believe there were 6 in total, ABC thought by painting a black face that this will go unnoticed by the black community and that we wouldn't report on it. But damn you, ABC, and your racist rhetoric on your channel. We are watching you. And how you're painting these mass shootings and mass killings on black people. Because out of all the news story, you picked the 2 that was simply gang violence and not these gunmen going out and killing random innocent people.
I agree.
That's not who we are, family. That's not who we are. And I will tell you this, a lot of these mass shootings that has black face, and I hate to talk about my immigrant brothers and sisters across the pond, but a lot of these mass shootings have been done by immigrants. But nonetheless, I digress on those accounts. But I want to point out one word here, and I'm being petty. That's right, I'm being petty this morning. Because all of a sudden my internet is slowing down. I had 100+ megabytes of speed, but now it has declined very, very rapidly. I want you to key on a term juvenile. Now, in layman's terms, juvenile just means a young person. But we understand in the white media what juvenile actually means. It actually means someone who is going to be incarcerated and someone who has been incarcerated. They never just say two teenagers were killed. Right. Why use the word juvenile? I think it's very important how they paint black people in general. They don't call us teenagers. They don't call us young men. They call us juveniles and convicts. And these 16-year-old and 17-year-old were men. This is how they paint us. So again, I'm gonna give the definition here. I'm gonna point it over here. Here we go.
Come to Mathis Home today and save big during our presidential savings event with markdown.
I'm gonna give you the definite for juvenile.
Mhm.
Now, no pun intended, they have juvenile the rapper up here, but that's not related. It says relating to young people, and it also states a young person. And then I dove a little deeper down here. Does juvenile mean child? It says, what is the definition of a juvenile person? It states that a juvenile person who has not attained his 18th birthday in juvenile delinquency is a violation of a law of the United States committed by a person prior to his 18th birthday, which had been a crime if committed by an adult. And this is according to the federal government. This is what they label as juvenile. So you're telling me that ABC are labeling two young teenagers at a party who got killed, who are juvenile delinquent, okay? And they were in violation of a law. This is how America defines Black people. Time and time again, we have to show this so you are informed, so you are educated, so you understand the construct in which you are living in. This is not propaganda. This is not fiction. This is just reality.
Right.
Pittsburgh shooting. Once again, News 4 is stating putting a Black face on the killings. And here are the two juveniles, quote unquote, that were killed. Two 17-year-old identified by Arlington County Medical Examiner Office at 17-year-old Matthew Steffi Ross and 17-year-old Jaden Brown. These were the two young, beautiful Black men who were killed during this house party at an Airbnb. And once again, there was a dispute of some sort, and it's most related to some agreements. It wasn't that the gunman or the gunman or the gunmen were simply trying to kill innocent people. But that's the way that the white media corporation has chopped it up to be. Again, let's move on. Here's the face of mass killings and mass shootings of America. Here are the mass shootings. Here are the gunmen of those mass shootings. So if I was to go and count, and not to repeat this,
I'm gonna keep it real though. This match, just like DEI, all this new shit new terms, new buzzwords, all this new bullshit that comes into play. All this shit is a bunch of BS, at the end of the day. Mass shooting and all that, that's some new stuff. That I just barely started hearing that when Obama came in. You didn't hear about that. How come they didn't call the Columbine shooters? Why didn't they call them mass shooters? Why didn't they call them and say that they were active shooters or nothing? See, I mean, come on, man. It's all some BS at the end of the day, At the end of the day. But he's right. They paint us definitely in a different way. The media gets money off. That's how you scare the people. You know what I'm saying? The Europeans. You scare these people in the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? It's fear mongering, man. It's stereotype. Media stereotypes, man. The media is putting the propaganda and the stereotypes out there. All right.
The same faces over and over again. We can possibly say probably 1 in every 200 mass shootings in America are a Black American versus a immigrant and also a non-Black American. But yet again, they put a Black face on mass killings and shootings here in America.
What?
It states here on this NYC shooting of the 16-year-old Black man, at least 23 people were injured in a shooting rampage on a New York City subway car and station platform on Tuesday, with police hunting a gunman described as wearing a gas mask and construction vest, according to local authorities. It states here, they said
nobody's seen him having none of that on when he went. And where's the cameras? Remember, that was the dude they didn't catch that first. They took him like 2 days to catch this dude. Come on. How do you even escape the subway, bro? They didn't have no police in the subway. And the guy, as big as this guy is, he wouldn't have been fast. Oh, I guess.
10 of the injured suffered gunshot wounds, with 5 in critical but stable conditions following the mass shooting during the morning rushing hour in the city's borough of Brooklyn. This is the difference, family, between a mass shooting and gun violence. Okay, gun violence is the story that I just said, versus this particular. Now, this guy simply went out to cause mass catastrophe. He wanted to create chaos. He didn't have any subject in sight. He simply wanted to kill people. That's the difference.
Bloodthirsty.
Okay. So again, one in every 200 of these so-called gun violence within the last 2 years have been Black Americans simply wanting to hurt, wound, and kill innocent people. These are the numbers. But again, if you're not watching these stories and you're only watching mass media like ABC, NBC, MSNBC, Fox News, and CNN, and those, you're not getting the local stories of all the violence that occurs in the white community. You will continue to say, oh, what about Black on Black violence? Stop watching CNN. Stop watching ABC.
Right.
And if you really want the news, go to your local news stations and you will see the difference. Again, Chicago mass shooting. Let's see if we can get some video here.
Nearly 24 bullets fired into a crowd of people outside of the McDonald's at Chicago and State around 10:40 Thursday night.
Let me pause it right here, family. Have you guys noticed that when it comes to gun violence of a Black American, that they have video footage, that they have pictures of the gunshots? But when it comes to non-Black Americans, you really don't have any evidence or any proof on most cases. Not all, but most cases. Let me continue. All right, again, we're having slow down speeds here. Let's see if we can get this jumping. All right, I'm not going to stay here because I see what's going on. All right, let's just do a little bit of definitions here.
I see what he's saying by that though. When they always have footage when it comes. That's true. When it comes down to one of us, they always got to have some kind of camera footage or something. That is true. You know, and they don't use words like allegedly when it comes down to, you know, they basically put you as, you know what I'm saying, the target. They don't say allegedly. They put you as the target, man. What's up?
Fiction. Fiction is any creative work, chiefly in any narrative work, portraying individual events or places in ways that are imaginary or inconsistent with history, fact, or plausibility. That's fiction. Okay? That is fiction. These are the three gunmen at the mall shooting in Columbia, South Carolina.
You notice they used 3, right? They got the 3. That lucky number, baby.
Okay. These are the 3 gunmen. Now, do you believe that they simply went out to kill innocent people, or do you believe that this was gang related? So if you actually read the story, you will understand this was gang related. I'll move on. But of course, they would like to put black face on mass shootings and mass killings, and that is not the case. Propaganda, information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. Propaganda is communication that is primarily used to influence or persuade an audience to further an agenda, which may not be objective and may be selectively presenting facts to encourage a particular behavior. This is where you get your coons and Sambos talking about black on black violence, where there's more violence in the non-black community than they are in all the other communities. Let's be real here. Professor Black Truth every Friday does a crime report to depict the degeneracy in the non-black community, to show you how mass media propagandize the black community and put us on face of the violence here in America. And we only contribute to 1.3% of the violent acts here in America. Where's the other 99% go? Where does the other 99% go, ladies and gentlemen?
Good question.
Now, reality is the sum or aggregate of that is real or existent within a system, as opposed to that which is
Facts. Now, shout out to my dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe to his channel. Good question, good points. These mass shootings, they report them differently when it comes down to us, man. It's a totally different thing when it comes down to us, man. You know what I'm saying? They you know, they don't never say alleged. You know, it's always got to be us. We're the, you know, always the culprits. They don't never give us no grace. They always show our mug shot. Make sure the pictures are plastered all over so everybody can see that they black. It's crazy. Basically nothing new to see under the sun. All right. So let me share this real quick, man. Fair use. Let's get into this one right here. Y'all see the y'all see the camps? You know what I'm saying? You see that? Interesting, huh? Part of the schema camps, you know what I'm saying? The camps, you know what I'm saying? The you know, the hitting y'all with the pandemics, hitting us with the camps, you know what I'm saying? You know, making it to where rationing out the food, making it to where you know, these food prices are sky high to where you can't afford it. That's another thing. This economy is doing really bad right now. You see what I'm saying? It's to the point where we can't afford the consumer goods. You know what I'm saying? When you can't afford consumer goods, then boom. You see what I'm saying? Then these companies, you know what I'm saying? Then the supply goes down. You see what I'm saying? That's not good. That ain't good. You know what I'm saying?
relax and what's outside live with your mind. The only place to hide. 'Cause you're so good.
Where are these places? You know what I'm saying? Look at these places, man. Look at them. They look creepy. They look, you know what I'm saying? Look like they got gates to where you can't get in and get out. They look crazy, man. Where's these places at? They look, you know what I'm saying? That shit look crazy as shit, man. Look at it. Look at it. I mean, it looked like it could be something like that, man. All right, so you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. So you know what I'm saying? So King Alfred plan, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what? Let me do something real quick. Let me get off here real quick. Let me go to something real quick. To our boy Lyndon B. Johnson. You feel me? Let's go to our boy Lyndon B. Johnson. Where is he at? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Lyndon B. Johnson. Let's play this real quick. We're gonna go back into the King Alfred plan. You know what I'm saying?
It was trying to grease the wheels. Through pedagogical discussions, we challenge the status quo, conventional narratives, and present raw truth. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 is held as a historic triumph, a moral victory over injustice. In reality, it has benefited everyone except Black people. Lyndon B. Johnson, the president who signed the act into law, was a virulent racist who famously stated,
"That's what I be trying to tell people, man." So what could the Democrats tell us about this dude? What could the Democrats tell you about these dumb voting rights and civil rights and voting rights act that aren't even permanent law, man? What could they tell you about this, man? Both these are under the color of law, which is not actual law. You know what I'm saying? So what could they tell you about these damn Democrats, man?
I'll have those N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
This was a racist.
His motivations were not rooted in justice, but in political strategy and maintaining control. Southern states with their Jim Crow laws were making it difficult for goods and services to flow freely across state lines. Businesses could not efficiently operate with segregated facilities. The federal government stepped in, not necessarily to liberate.
I'm the kind of guy. I don't think I'm agree with this guy right here. I don't agree with. I don't believe that. The government is this. Nah, man. Black people had their own. We had our own communities. We didn't need no damn anything from no damn white people, man. What the hell? We didn't depend on these people for nothing. You know what I'm saying? What is this guy talking about? That's the whole problem, man. Depending on people or thinking we need to depend on somebody. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole point with Black Wall Street and Tulsa and Greensboro. What's the one? I'm gonna play that clip in a little while for that Rosewood. That's the whole thing with those movies, man. I mean, it's not movies, well, yeah, movies, but the whole thing with them incidences, man. We had our own stuff, man. We had our stuff from the ground up. We built ourselves. We don't need these people. We didn't need these people. We still don't. But we think we do, so we go into their system. And we're the biggest consumers. Before we was distributing, now we're consuming.
Black people, but to streamline the economy. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was passed under the Commerce Clause, not the 14th Amendment, proving it.
Oh, not the 14th Amendment. It's not good. There is a clause in that 14th Amendment that made it to where they kind of slightly tweaked it in 52. So from what 1800s to the 50s, it was basically to where You wasn't included in the 14th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? And they try to hit us with the what's the dude? What's dude's name? Dred Scott. You know what I'm saying? To where you know what I'm saying? You know, black men didn't have to respect anything a white man said, or white men didn't have to respect anything a black man did, or some respect a black man as a person. Some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So we're going on to that too. You see what I'm saying? All right, man.
It was never about justice. It was always about money. The federal government wasn't concerned with civil rights. It was trying to grease the wheels to
It was about money, man. You could gentrify. Okay, when you integrate, you could gentrify our neighborhoods. You could gentrify where we live. You see what I'm saying? You can make money and be slumlords to us. That's how that works. I don't understand why people didn't see this. You know what I'm saying? So
generate more federal revenue. The federal government did not act out of moral duty, but to ensure the system continued profiting from the exploitation of black labor. This wasn't a fight for equality. It was a calculated move to keep commerce uninterrupted and capital flowing at our expense.
Right.
Integration, rather than bringing economic empowerment, facilitated the exploitation of black labor by both state and federal governments. While a few token individuals have excelled, their success does not negate the systemic challenges faced by the majority of Black Americans. Wages have remained stagnant, opportunities are still restricted, and the racial wealth gap endures. Today, the Black community is more reliant on the government than ever before. The true objective was never liberation, it was optimization, ensuring Black people remain a controlled and efficient source of labor. This is why the conversation around reparations misses the mark. Cash payments, while helpful in the short term, do not address a fundamental issue, a lack of control over our own destinies. We need more than just compensation. We need sovereignty. Sovereignty means control over our resources, our land, our institutions, and our future. It means the power to make decisions that directly impact the Black community, free from the dictates of a system that has historically oppressed us. The state does not represent our interests. Democracy only represents the majority, and we are not the majority. We are resident aliens stripped of ownership, autonomy, and control, economic captives treated like children under a system designed to keep us in check. Exactly. We don't have rights, only privileges that exist at the discretion of the state. Without sovereignty, we will remain to.
That's true though. Sovereignty. Shaq, what up, man? He's right. Sovereignty. That's the key word. That's the word of the night. You see what I'm saying? That is the word of the night. And you notice they respect these people's sovereignty. They respect these immigrants' sovereignty and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why they don't lock them up. That's why, you know what I'm saying, they could go, you know what I'm saying, and be locked up, you know what I'm saying, and get right out with no, you know what I'm saying, bond or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to deal with the what's the name, the UN when it comes down to these immigrants. You see what I'm saying? For them very reasons, because they have sovereignty and they have national status in their home country. That's how that works, man. You know what I'm saying? Shaq, right? They got sovereignty in their own country, bro. That's why that's why they get treated like that here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What you think, Shaq? You feel me?
Mike.
What you think?
Yep.
You know, and this thing, you know, this dude right here used us, man. This man used us. The Democrat Party used us. Our own people use us, and our own people try to push us on these damn Democrats. You see what I'm saying? And it failed. You see what I'm saying? The funny thing about it is the Democrat is the original party that was not for us. That's what I trip on.
Yep.
You know. You know, so I mean, that's what I'm tripping off. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not giving no people no passes, man. You got to call everybody out. Everybody that's complacent in this shit. You see what I'm saying? They're the suspects. They're the culprits. You see what I'm saying?
Tools in someone else's machine. Forever laboring, never owning, never free. Sovereignty is our only hope of escaping this endless cycle of oppression and exploitation. Thank you.
Meanwhile,
This
now
is
check
Democracy
this
Now!,
out now.
democracynow.org,
Check
the War and
how
Peace
they
Report.
fight for them.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Live.
Juan,
They
there
got
are a lot of
they got
challenges right
immigrant rights.
Yo, yo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I hear you.
Yeah. What up? Yeah, they got immigrant rights groups. Now I'm gonna switch it up real quick. I'm gonna go back to the Key Ralph shit and this black shit, but so-called black. But I'm gonna go right here too. So they got immigrants' rights groups. See, this is what I was just saying. These people go, you know what I'm saying, under that sovereign title of their country, and them being a national of their country, they have certain rights here. I mean, certain rights, you know what I'm saying, from the UN, and certain rights here. But damn, dude, why don't we have? I mean, we do have certain rights here, but these motherfucking politicians are playing us, man. They don't ever talk about our sovereignty. They don't ever talk about us being nationals. They talk about some citizenship shit, bro. We bigger than a citizen. You see what I'm saying? But meanwhile, you letting people in politics that mama and daddy ain't from this country. People lying about being busted and shit. Oh, I was busting shit back in the yeah, that was I was that little girl that was being busted shit in the civil rights movement. Man, y'all busted me from fucking Oakland to fucking. We don't even know if she's really from America or California. They went hard on Obama shit. Let's go hard on this shit. Not the it hits different, huh? Let's go hard on Elon Musk shit. It hits different, don't it? When it's not the narrative, it hits different. So I'm gonna play a couple minutes of this.
now in this country, but you've been looking at the kind of successful organizing that's going on with immigrant groups on the ground. Talk about what you see there in Chicago.
Yeah, Amy, well, despite much media attention on the ramping up of mass deportations by the Trump administration, coverage, by the way, that the White House has aggressively orchestrated.
And I've been saying that. I've been saying this shit is scripted. I've been saying that they've been pushing Kristi Noem and Trump been pushing this a media campaign. Let's film this shit campaign. How about let's just if you're gonna deport these motherfuckers, let's just deport these motherfuckers. Stop making this shit a fucking political spectacle, bro. How about we just do that? Focus on the motherfucking eyes and prize at hand. Everything got to be about for the cameras. Everything always got to be about for the fucking look and the glam and the glitz.
The actual number of deportations during the first few weeks.
Low. Watch. He's gonna say low. How much you want to make a bet? He's gonna say low numbers. How much y'all want to make a bet? I've been saying this shit because I seen the play.
Have hardly lived up to the hype.
Bam. Shaq, haven't I been saying this? I've been saying that the numbers is low. I've been saying that this shit is hype because it lets you know the numbers are low. If they want to get this shit on camera so bad, that lets you know the numbers ain't what it says that they are. Guess what? I want to make it look like we getting fucking thousands when we're not. But guess what? The media can make a guilty man innocent and an innocent man guilty, man. It's all about perception and projection. You feel me? What we perceived as thousands of motherfuckers getting deported. I'm gonna play a couple more minutes. I'm gonna go to something else.
Homeland Security officials acknowledged yesterday that around 11,000 immigrants, supposedly folks who have committed crimes or undocumented, have been arrested, an average of about 500 a day. But
I was been saying that was cap on how they was trying to get people that committed crimes. Oh, we want to get the immigrants that committed crimes, bro. What does it matter, bro? If they're illegal, isn't that a crime? Committing a crime? Shaq. This is cap. If you're not an illegal citizen, if you come here illegally, isn't that committing a crime? Or no? Shaq. If you come here illegally, if you come here illegally, isn't that not? Excuse me. I knew something was up when Trump and them were like, "Oh, we're gonna get the ones that committed crimes first. We're gonna get focus on them." Bro, is there a fucking database of fucking immigrants that committed crimes, for one, and for two? Isn't you being here illegally already committing a crime or no? I thought
Damn.
that was a crime. See that shit? I don't fall for shit like that. Oh man, we're gonna get the immigrants first that committed crimes first. We're gonna get the offenders first, bro. Bro. Why are you calling him illegal immigrant then if he hasn't committed a crime? Why are you calling a drug dealer if he's not selling drugs? You see it? You know what I'm saying? It's like what, bro? I mean, you could somebody young and naive, you could pull that off with somebody like that, but not me. You see what I'm saying, Shaq?
What's up?
You can pull that off with somebody like that, but not me, man. But I've said these numbers was low, man. I've been saying that they're trying to project something different than they are, man. Get these motherfuckers on, man. I mean, stop all that cap, man. So that really makes me think, what really is the motive? I think maybe just support some, Shaq. I think that's his plan. Let's just support some. Because remember, he was telling back, remember BJ and him saying that he said he's going to make exceptions because a lot of them have businesses here. You see what I'm saying, Shaq?
Right. That's always been the standard with that immigration thing and nationalization, bro. If you come in here doing business, you know, whether it's with the military, the universities,
Fact.
you know what I mean?
Fact.
Yeah, you're doing something that's benefiting, you know, we give you exemptions. You get exemptions. You know? You get, you know?
Fact. A lot of these, and that's how a lot of this shit goes, Shaq.
Got diplomatic immunity.
Fact. That's exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm playing a little more this summer.
And just half of those, according to the department's own statistics, are supposedly criminals. Others are what they call collateral arrests. At that rate, it would take about 6 years just to deport 1 million people, not 5, 6, 7, or 11, just 1 million people would take 6 years. So obviously the worst is yet to come if we're to believe that Trump is actually serious about these deporting millions and millions of people. But few people are focusing on the inevitable resistance that immigrant rights groups are certain to launch. As we used to say in the 1960s, wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. And immigration activists that I've talked to in recent days are right now in the midst of coordinating a string of mass mobilizations for this spring that they hope will go beyond the historic immigrant rights protests of 2006, when millions and millions of undocumented and their supporters turned out into the streets of all the major cities in the United States. They're calling on grassroots organizations to culminate those protests in early.
I think, why would you have your home? I never understood that when people did that. Like, you're rocking your home flag here. Interesting. Wow. Immigrants' rights groups, huh? All right, so I'm gonna go on to something else.
May, specifically on May 1st, International Workers' Day, with a series of labor strikes, not just one, but several days without immigrants, including Cinco de Mayo.
All right, here we go. All right, we're going to something else. But I just want to let y'all know too that you got immigrant rights groups and shit. But yeah, meanwhile, our people ain't doing shit for us.
It's 1972, an election year. Once again, Black people are running for their lives. Reasons are things like the King Alfred plan, the concentration camps that were used during the Second World War to house Oriental Americans are now being refurbished to confine their new residents, i.e. Black people. Brothers and sisters, there is a place for you in America. This is the King Alfred plan.
This verse is what literature at all in Kemetic thought speaks to the conditions of our people. And Shaka Amos gave me, it's on camera. Not this one, brother. I don't need to do that. And I want to point that out too. I don't need to share information in a way that makes the brother look like he's foolish. Because again, there's a sharp contrast between having incorrect information and being malice with one's information. So I don't need to do that. The King Alfred plan, as encoded in the Torah, says, what is the King Alfred plan for people that don't know? The King Alfred plan was developed in the 1960s. It came out of COINTELPRO. It is the idea that when blacks start to become consciously aware of themselves and they become a trouble in America, the King Alfred plan is a government-based program to check us. Anyone that is not familiar with the King Alfred plan, I adjure you to check it out. But I can't take the time to tell you it because I need you to just pay attention to this. In Deuteronomy 28, verse 34, God says that he will curse us. One of the ways that he said he will curse us, he said that you shall be driven mad by the sight which your eyes see. If you study the King Alfred plan and you hear some of the things that they intend to do, it is intended to cause it almost insanity by the things that you will witness. So I'm taking the phrase in the Torah in Hebrew that says you shall be driven mad by the sight your eyes see, and I'm writing it in Hebrew. And that phrase in Hebrew is numerically equivalent to 1290, which ironically is the numerical equivalence of Melech, Alfred, Taknit, which literally means King Alfred plan in Hebrew. You telling me the Torah is something that a man made up? Come on, cut it out. Everybody knows at the least bit this book was wrote at least 1,000 years ago. And I don't even subscribe to that. But I'll give you a lot of room right now. And I'll say maybe this book was written 1,000 years ago. I'll say maybe this book was written 500 years ago. But even so, if that's what you subscribe to, how could this book be encoded with truths that speak to us today? That is the question I have for you. The term African American encoded in the Torah. You want to get deep? You want to tell me that I should put down the Torah and pick up Kemetic thought when I cannot see the term African American, which is a misnomer to describe our people, yet we know it still describes our people, yet it's encoded in the Torah. But I should put the Torah down? I think not. Deuteronomy 28, verse 65 says, your feet shall find no rest in these captivities, such as America, as we are in right now. And brothers and sisters, we still behind closed doors. The phrase in Hebrew,
America is our land, you know what I'm saying? So people are like, oh man, we were casted there and we was this and that. Bro, we was everywhere, man. I don't understand why people were pushing that. Especially the Israelites pushed that, oh man, we cast and we're in foreign lands and this and that. And like, bro, I don't believe that, bro. We were here already, bro. Wouldn't have big ass motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? 20-something thousand pound statue, you know what I'm saying? Of fucking big fucking heads, if that wasn't the case. Excuse me, y'all. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Well, he's cooking, but I don't believe. Well, we was already here, bro. This is our land. I don't. Nah.
Your feet shall not find no rest is numerically equivalent to 764, which is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to African American. If you don't believe me, check.
Bro, what the hell is that? I don't care if it's in Hebrew. I don't care if it's in Italian. I don't care if it's in Roman. I don't care Greek, Dutch. Bro, African American, that's 2 continents, man. How could you be 2 continents, bro? How could even anybody claim 2 continents? Make it make sense. Where's the African at? And I'm confused. So some of these Hebrews were like, oh man, we were this and that. Some people like, we were I'm confused what the heck the Hebrews say they are, man. I'm confused at this point. And where the origin is. I'm confused. Where's their origin at? You know what I'm saying? Where's the origin?
This video out again when you're next to somebody in Hebrew. Some of our brothers and sisters only listen to a person if they have a Eurocentric lens on. So if you're next to a white Jew, ask him if that's the word African American in Hebrew. See if I'm making it up. If you don't believe that Eurocentric lens is the litmus by which truth is measured by, then at least come to a Hebrew who knows Hebrew and check it out for yourself. The phrase in Hebrew, your feet shall find no rest, is numerically equivalent to 764, which ironically is numerically equivalent to African American. My brother, until you can open the text in Kemet that shows me the term African American as applying to our people and our condition today, I will not close the Torah. I refuse to. The transatlantic slave trade included in the Torah. The phrase in Hebrew, the Lord shall bring you a nation of the Lord shall bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, which shall swoop down like the eagle. Nesher in Hebrew is an eagle. I don't know why they put vulture. I can read Hebrew. That's the difference between you pointing out all these translations, like the Pentateuch, which is a translation. I'm glad you agreed it's not the original. I have no problem with this because I actually can read this.
I never said.
All right, no problem. The phrase "whose tongue you shall not understand," which is right here, in describing the people who will come and take our nation and bring them afar. The Torah says that they shall be a nation whose tongue you shall not understand. We all know that during the translated slave trade, we did not understand what they were speaking because we did not speak their language, period. That statement in Hebrew is equivalent to 1227. As I showed you, every Hebrew letter has numerical equivalent. Ironically, the statement to a people whose language you shall not understand is numerically equivalent in Hebrew to Sakar, Avadim, Hatrans, Atlantit, the transatlantic slave trade in Hebrew. And I should close the Bible because there is nothing in there to liberate me until you open the Kemetic text and can show me that, my brother, I refuse.
Shout out, brother, man. You know what I'm saying? So these internment camps that they built, you know what I'm saying? These this place right here is the place that they built. And you know what I'm saying? I think it was Agenda 2020 or Agenda 2021, excuse me. And now it's 2030. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's past 21. So it's almost 2030 shit. It's 2025. So look at this is the place right here that what is this place right here? You know what I'm saying? This is the place right here, and the place right here, they're gonna round people up if something like this were to happen. Walmarts, and I know y'all heard of the Walmarts. I know y'all heard about the Walmarts closing down, man, during the pandemic, scam-demic, you know what I'm saying? So, hold up. All right, let me try to get some more real quick on this, man. And I'm gonna go to, I got a couple, man, I got some topics, man. I got some stuff now. Let's go to Rex 85, same thing, Rex 84.
In your work
at the
NSC,
right?
were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area. So may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster? Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area. So may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that it was.
May I most respectfully request that matter not be touched upon.
Suspend the Constitution if needed, right? Maybe like in a case of emergency or something like that, or maybe in case of, a pandemic or global emergency.
This stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
All right. Very interesting, y'all. Oops. All right, so let me see. All right, so let's find out who King Alfred is first, man. All right, let's see who this dude is, man. All right.
King Alfred was born in around 848 in Wantage, Oxfordshire, the youngest son of King Ethelwulf, who was 53 when his son was born. Alfred was king of the West Saxons. After that, he was king of all Anglo-Saxons. To place him in context, Alfred reigned around 1,140 years ago. Here he is on our timeline, his reign ending 167 years before the Norman invasion of
No
1066.
black people in that timeline. Very interesting.
He inherited the
Boy, I tell you, let's go. These people crazy. Let's go.
throne from his older brother Ethelred, who in turn had inherited it from his older brothers Ethelbald and later Ethelbert. You can watch our previous video if you're interested in learning about them. Alfred's reign was defined by the years he spent fighting off the great heathen army, an alliance of Vikings from Scandinavia, and his great achievement was preventing them from seizing all of England.
He's a set. They named him after a Saxon. They named the plane after a Saxon. Pay attention, yo.
Not only that, he was known as a cultured man who believed in the importance of education. When he was about 6 or 7, Alfred accompanied his father, King Ethelwulf, on a year-long pilgrimage to Rome, where he was anointed by the Pope. Ethelwulf left his son Ethelbald in charge of his kingdom, but when he returned in 856, Ethelbald refused to stand down. To avoid a civil war, Ethelwulf appears to have accepted this arrangement, which remained in place until his death in 858. Ethelbald lasted just 2 more years and was succeeded by Alfred's older brother Ethelbert, who reigned for about 5 years, followed by another older brother, Ethelred, who reigned again for another 5 years. At the start of Ethelred's reign in around 866, Alfred would have been around 16 or 17 years old, and he fought alongside his older sibling against the Viking invaders, whose great heathen army mentioned earlier started their invasion roughly the same year. By late 870, early 701, Alfred and his brother faced the Vikings in a series of skirmishes, defeating them at the Battle of Ashdown, but losing others. By April 871, Ethelred was dead, and Alfred was crowned king. Initially, Alfred was forced to try and make peace with the invaders, but this didn't last. By 878, Alfred was in Chippenham celebrating Christmas, but soon after that, the Vikings delivered a surprise attack. Alfred and a small party escaped and made their way to the Somerset marshes. According to the legend, it was at this point that Alfred, on the run as it were, was supposed to have been given shelter by a peasant woman. Unaware of who he was, she asked him to watch over some cakes she was baking. Alfred was so preoccupied with his kingdom's problems, the cakes burned, and he was scolded by the peasant woman. Whether or not this story is true, it's no surprise he was preoccupied. By 878, Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had been defeated and Wessex stood alone. But Alfred had a plan. In Easter of 878, he conducted a campaign of guerrilla warfare against the Danes and routed them at the Battle of Erdington. He then forced the Danish king Guthrum to convert to Christianity. Within 8 years, Alfred had re-established himself to a sufficient extent that he was able to negotiate a treaty with the invaders, which divided England up into Danish territory, the bit that became Danelaw, and the rest, which meant that Alfred gained control of West Mercia in Kent. In around 886, Alfred adopted the title King of the Anglo-Saxons, effectively the ruler of all Anglo-Saxons not subject to Danish rule. Alfred spent the remainder of his life building up Wessex's defences and building a navy to prevent further Danish incursions. Besides saving the Anglo-Saxons from complete annihilation, Alfred is also known for his belief in the power of education. In his 30s, he learned Latin and used his new skills to help translate several books into Old English. Alfred died in 899 at around the age of 50, having suffered throughout his life from an unknown illness. He was buried at his capital, Winchester. Around 650 years after his death, historians gave him the title Alfred the Great on account of his achievements. He was succeeded by his son Edward, who you can learn more about in our next video. Please remember to hit the subscribe button below to receive an alert when we upload our next video.
So basically, King Alfred was he's a Anglo-Saxon king, right? That's what they named this. Who was the Saxon? The motherfuckers was no good. All right, so let's go into this real quick. This King Alfred stuff real quick. And then I'm I'm going to some other stuff I got, man. I got some stuff. Got some stuff, man. Let's see. I wish to proceed. Yes, indeed. We'll get a couple minutes in this, and we got, you know what I mean? And I got some stuff, man.
Parts to it with a white supremacy, for lack of a better term. And the letter has probably its own name in the various countries where the same program was implemented. So, of course, we focused on the American soil so that we can begin to understand, as the descendants of slaves, those conquered and colonized, to understand the Willie Lynch letter, the reason for it, the institution of it. And then for this presentation, we will attach to it a fail-safe, an emergency, a backup plan, a insurance policy called the King Alfred Plan. So you can take the Willie Lynch letter, look at it as a framework of how the global empire was created, how it's maintained. Then you can now take this document and staple it right behind it, and call it, in the event the primary program fails, here is the solution. So we will begin. The King Alfred Plan, codename Rex 84, totally repugnant to the United States Republic Constitution for people under its protection. Introduction. The plan first appeared in a John A. Williams 1967 novel, The Man Who Cried I Am, a fictionalized account of the life and death of Richard Wright. In the afterword to later editions, Williams compares the King Alfred Plan to intelligence programs devised by J. Edgar Hoover in the 1960s to monitor the movements of Black militants. It also bears similarities to rumors in the early 1950s surrounding the McCarran Act, an anti-communist law in which political subversives were to be rounded up and placed in concentration camps during a national emergency.
McCarran Act. So was we seeing that in 2020? You know what I'm saying? This kind of sounds familiar. When can and can't they use that McCarran Act to round and deport Black people up? And see, this whole Rex 74 King Alfred Plan was agenda to bring Black people over here, do this how am I gonna say bring us over here? But put slavery on people, right? And to replace us with immigrants. You see what I'm saying? And see, the thing is, and after the immigrants, it comes the AI. Excuse me. And around all that time, you're gonna get hit with the universal ID, and you're gonna get hit with the universal basic income. That's gonna happen. Let's go. Let's go.
See. When his novel was first published, Williams photocopied portions of the book detailing the King Alfred.
See how they got the red and the blue? The Republican and Democrat. Come on now, the 13 stars. Come on, man. Ritualistic, Masonic, all that. 13 flags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 flags. Come on now. Or arrows, excuse me.
Alfred Plan,
right?
And left copies in subway car seats around Manhattan. New York. As a result, word of the King Alfred plan spread throughout the Black community, and the truth of his existence was often assumed to be unchallenged. Performer and musician Gil Scott-Heron created the song King Alfred Plan, included on his 1972 album Free Will, that takes the plan at face value. Jim Jones, head of the Apostolic Socialist People's Temple, discussed the plan at length in numerous recordings of his rant-style speeches, both in the USA and in the Jonestown community in Guyana, treating it as completely genuine.
Jim Jones, interesting. He followed the doctrine of the King Alfred plan. You see, and look, he had all them so-called Black people go to Guyana and be his and basically on the guys of being his savior and going to let's go to the whole, go and getting away from this oppressed American system. And meanwhile, he had these people kill themselves. That could have been a whole psyop too, though. To be honest with the Jim Jones stuff, you know what I'm saying?
What was King Alfred from again, Frank?
That dude was from Europe, right? He was and he was a Saxon. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what, good question. Let me look it up again. But he was definitely a Saxon. I want to say Ireland or something. England or something? Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. The UK, United Kingdom.
United Kingdom don't say what reason.
Wantage, United Kingdom. Oh, Berkshire. I was the fifth son of King of the West Saxons. Savage.
So hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up with this eagle up here?
Is that supposed to be the trademark of America? Exactly. America, supposedly. Look how they have the 13. That's the what's the name, bro? That's like the fast sheet, bro. That's like kind of, but you see how they have the symbolism, how they have the leaves, and then on one side they have the 13 arrows, and there's 13 stars in the middle, man. You got the red and the blue, Democrat, Republican, you feel me? Look at the symbolism of that shit.
So on top of this, that's supposed to be the world? What is this on top of this?
Maybe the 13 colonies, maybe?
Oh, okay. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, you right.
You know what I'm saying? Very significant. Them numbers don't, you know what I'm saying? Them numbers, and they code you, with these numbers. I think they do that to communicate with each other. That's what I think.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Crazy, bro.
This picture is saying this imagery is saying so much, but you got to know what it's saying.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? What is it saying on this little lake? This little strip right on the right side of the eagle, top of the eagle head.
I think it's order out of chaos. Order something sanctum something. Order out of chaos and Latin. You know what I'm saying? Order some codum or something. Some shit. I forget. I don't know how to pronounce it, but order out of chaos. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. See how you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I'm saying. These people with order out of chaos.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? That's letting us know right there. These mass shootings be staged. These events be staged. These protests be staged. They talking about ICE protesters. Meanwhile, they didn't arrest none of these motherfuckers. How do you know not all these motherfuckers are illegal, bro? Why would you not even try to? I don't get that. Why you not trying to check no paperwork, no ID, nothing? But meanwhile, you pull niggas over and You asking the motherfucking passenger for his driver license. What's up with that? But meanwhile, these niggas, a whole group of motherfuckers out there protesting and shit illegally, right? You know what I'm saying? No permits, right? And check this out. You know, they don't check nobody's ID. But look, when you driving with somebody, bro, you be the passenger. They want to know why do I need my driver's license for? Because I'm the passenger. You see that the double standard?
King Alfred Plan, codename Rex 84. King Alfred. In the event of continuing and coordinated racial disturbances in the United States, King Alfred, at the discretion of the president, is to be put into action immediately. Participating federal agencies: National Security Council, Department of Justice, Central Intelligence Agency, Department of Defense, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Interior. Participating state agencies under federal jurisdiction: National Guard units and state police. Participating local agencies under federal jurisdiction: the city police. A memo to the National Security Council. Even before 1954, when the Supreme Court of the United States of America declared unconstitutional separate educational and recreational facilities, racial unrest and discord had become very nearly a part.
But see, why was none of those people, those politicians, all of them that were charged involved in segregation, why weren't any of them charged with anything like that for violating the Constitution? What's up with this Constitution? I'm starting to think that they can use it when they want and when they don't want to, Shaq. This Constitution. What you think? You see what I'm saying, Shaq?
I give it and I take it.
Right. You can use they use it when they want to, on shit they want to, when they don't want to.
Right.
When it's a black motherfucker, or the Robert Brooks shit. How come I don't hear nothing about Constitution? You know, when it comes out shit like that, motherfuckers murdering. We gonna say?
Not to cut you, this is why when we say you claim to be black, you're not represented in the Constitution when you claim to be black. It just is what it is. People got to understand that. You're not represented.
Facts.
So if you're not represented, then why they got a black caucus? Hmm? Huh, brother?
I think they're stealing money just to get money. Steal. Culture, appropriate. Misappropriate fund. I know, but how is it even a black caucus and shit? That's crazy.
First of all, who appointed and elected a black caucus? You need to do research on that. Did the people come up with that? Who is this group? What is it? Is it governmental or non-governmental? What is it? Is it committee? What is it?
That's a good question. Hold up. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good question. Mm-hmm. Let's see. This BS right here. Congressional Black Caucus is established by 13 members of the 92nd United States Congress. 13. Here goes that number 13 again, Shaq. Congressional Black 76 Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, founded as a nonprofit, non-partisan public policy research. CBC. Right there. Now, I want to know when this shit got started, bro. So 70, let me see. 70. Congressional Black Caucus is established by 13. Okay, so 1973, where? Let me see where.
Yeah, right. Where do they assemble at?
You know what I'm saying? Like, let me see about history. During the late 1960s, Charles Diggs, Democrat, created the Democracy Select Committee, DSC, in effort to bring back Black members of Congress together. Diggs noticed that the African American members of Congress felt isolated because there were a few of them in Congress, and wanted to create a forum they could discuss common political challenges and interests. The DSC was an informal group of held regular meetings and had no independent staff and budget, but changed a few years later as a result of court order and restricting civil rights movement. The number of African American members of Congress rose from 9 to 13, the largest ever in time, and members of the DSC decided to begin the 92nd Congress, 1971 to 1973. The more formal group was needed. Excuse me. The thrust of elections was so many Black people around America who had formerly been represented how felt that the non-Black members of the House owed them an obligation, pay attention, and also afforded them representation in the House. Representative Lewis Stokes, Democrat, of course, Ohio, excuse me, the addition of representing our individual districts and had to assume the onerous burden of acting the Congress at large for unrepresented people around America. The CBC was established in 1971 by 13 founding members. Shirley A. Chisholm, right? Shirley Chisholm, William Clay Sr., George W. Collins, John Conyers, he's still alive, Ronald Dellums, Charles C. Diggs, Augustus F. Hawkins, Ralph Metcalf, Herman J. Mitchell, Robert N.C. Nix, Charles B. Rangel, Lewis Stokes, I think he's still alive too, Walter E. Foundry. Wow. Interesting. Like, wow.
So what I'm saying is, if Black has no withstanding in law, why is we so commonly been used as Black?
Facts.
What authority did they what I'm sorry. And it said nothing partisan, but some of them people are Democrats, ain't they? Most of them Democrats, ain't
How's it not partisan when you're all Democrats?
they?
Didn't they say that they didn't want to let you do Byron Donald, the Republican, and they wanted him because he's a Republican?
Yeah, so you don't want to do it because he's Republican. So that means, you know what I mean? But y'all got Democratic ties. Whether you in the Democratic You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Seats or some shit you holding.
mm. You see that? Yeah, if it doesn't have no standard by law, why is it used? So why are they definitely to misrepresent?
Sound like a trick bag.
You know it is, bro. Definitely a trick bag.
So they pretty much representing ghosts. So they were pretty much posing that they represent somebody, but they're not.
You see that? You see that?
That's why don't nothing get done.
What's going on?
That's faking the funk.
I think at this point, I think they should attach themselves to like Mexicans and Latinos and shit like that.
Who?
Because the CBC, because they do more for them than us.
Well, they do. You said it said for all people. Didn't it say for all people? Read that
Mm,
back. That's second. But it's saying Black Caucus though. So what? That's what I'm saying. What does that mean? What does that represent?
mm, mm. All people. Mm. Bro, that shit's honestly, that shit's a big ass. What's the name, bro? A big ass misnomer, man.
Yeah, because how you can represent all people? You don't know where all people. You know what I'm saying? Who all people didn't ask you to didn't elect you to represent them. Are y'all just gonna point yourself over all people and or black people?
Mm.
What we doing? Who did that?
And the funny thing about it is, these motherfuckers got their own list of name. They got their own representatives, man. The hell? That's a scam. These motherfuckers scamming us, man.
Yeah, who said who said we wanted them to represent it though? And how is the positions picked? Is that a former election? But it's
Mm.
for these positions, Frank, or they just appointed themselves in these positions. So that
Right.
mean they can't be, their seats can't be vacated. Well, I mean, what's good?
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me have
Yeah.
That's a good question. Let me see. CBC is made up of black members of the United States representative and the current CBC founded not a partisan organization, and there have been several instances of bipartisanship collaboration with Republicans. Oh, on the crime bill. Okay, right. Damn, Shaq, yo.
Say what?
They said that there has been times where they've acted collaborated with Republicans, and I said, yeah, on the crime bill. Because for the crime bill, but they voted for the crime bill, the CBC. Why would you vote for something like that against your people, bro? Well, at least it's safe to say that white people don't vote on their don't vote on their own against their own self interest, bro. That's crazy. A lot of other people don't do that. That's wild. Huh? That's very interesting, man. Well, let me see. So, okay, I'm trying to find it. This I don't know, man. It's like hard to find. Shit is hard to find on these motherfuckers. Are there?
Right.
Black Republican. Bye Biden. Let me see. Okay, I'm just gonna put who appoints the who appoints. people in the disallowed. Has probably been made up of Democrat parties that founding members of the caucus and lives are nonpartisan. They keep saying nonpartisan.
Mm.
Who has the power to? What's the purpose of the Congressional Black Caucus was established in 1971 to the fourth policy and legislation that ensured equal rights, opportunity, and access to Black Americans and other marginalized communities.
Yeah. So why is it called the Black Caucus then? I mean, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
What does black represent? What does that black represent? I'm trying to understand.
Because the Latinos don't say we're going to serve everybody.
No,
The
sir.
Caucus don't say that. You know what I mean?
No, sir. No, sir.
And like I said earlier, when white politicians do something for each other, they do it. They don't say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this for white people." They just do it. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because you got black politicians, they don't just say they're not gonna do that for you. They don't do shit for you. Period. So it's like it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose with these motherfuckers. But you're right. Why is it called black, bro? What is that? What does that mean? What is it? Is that a Masonic term, or is that a secret society term, or is that a Illuminati term? What does that black really mean? You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a misnomer, bro. It's definitely a status, a non-status symbol. We gonna say?
I mean, I have no problem. I'm just trying to understand what's the correlation and what authority does it render?
Facts.
Because if y'all putting people up on this cover of black, I mean, what is it benefiting? Is it benefiting?
It sounds like a damn waste of time. It sounds like just some money, pick one of them pyramid schemes. You know,
Will be.
Definitely sound like some kind of scam. And you know who loses? We lose. You know.
Of the American way of life. But that way of life was repugnant to most Americans. Since 1954,
hey,
however,
Google,
that unrest
what
and
does a
discord
caucus mean?
have broken.
Yeah, what does that mean? Caucus. I mean, it sounds like corpse, don't it?
Oh no, it's got some type. Hold on, that's one meaning to it. Oh, you got to look that up, bro.
Corpse, huh? A couple meanings, huh?
Nigga, you got to look it up, Frank. Look that up. It said, let me see. It says a U.S. Hold on. It says in some U.S. states, meaning.
Yeah, which local
Hold
members
on.
of the political party register their preference among candidates running for office and select delegates to attend a convention. The other one, a conference of members of a legislative body who belong to a particular party or faction. Interesting. Hold or form of legislative caucus. Interesting. That's a verb. A conference of members. These niggas, what they doing, bro? So what are y'all there for? To like, I think it's a scam, man. You got people on YouTube.
Yes, it's the run interference. It's the run interference, bro. Because, like you said, well, so who gets to select this caucus?
Facts.
Are they appointed by the people, or do they appoint themselves? Seem like they appointed themselves.
Bro.
Some they form together, like you said, and put their political, like you just said, their political views, or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they so that means so technically that means we can form our own caucus. Then we don't have to.
Right.
If they form, then we need to get together and do some shit and form our own caucus. But how do we do that? What's that process like?
Right.
What is that like? Because if they form one in '73, then what's stopping us from forming our own? people in the, I think that's no more than American right.
Facts.
Because like you said, these people be trying to be beholden to who? Themselves.
Yeah.
Allegedly they claiming the people.
And
But if
that
the people
word,
didn't elect you, formally elect you, then how can you actually represent some people who you were not formally elected?
I agree. And that word, caucus, congressional, like what the fuck?
But see, these people come. So see, this is the trick, Frank. I'm looking at that. These people come from political parties, mostly Democrat, right?
Yep, talking
I
about
would imagine.
damn well, huh?
So somebody selected them or elected them into that position, but then they formed their own little caucus thing.
Mm.
It's like a bubble. So who gets to hold you accountable then? That's my thing. Who holds them to you accountable? Who's the overseer?
Mm.
Huh?
And then when you want to get them out, or or chat, chat something, get them out or whatever. What's the procedure? I think it's petition. I think it would be something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we need to petition some new members, man. But like you said, what is that like?
And see, they keep us niggas in the dark like a mother. They keep you in the dark.
Yeah, you black. Make you black. That's what's keeping you in the dark. You claiming that you been literally Frank, duh. That's what they telling you. You dark and ugly. However,
That's some biggie shit. That's what I feel you though.
there you go. Huh?
You right, bro.
Black, keeping you in the darkness. Keep you know what I mean?
Right.
You out of lightness, whiteness. Keeping you in the dark. You're black. See, and this is what makes me when they use that word black so much, like just so freely, and you just overly apply to everybody, like everybody subjugate themselves to that. That's what be tricking me. If people identify with it, okay, then that's what you represent. Cool. If they want you to represent them, but y'all just apply that broadly stroke that like as everybody applies black to their life. It's like you forcing somebody to be that now, right? It's like it's you forcing someone to be that, and they have no other choice but to be that.
Good point. That's a good fucking
Then
point.
they'll talk to you. Oh, you being cool. Oh, I did not sign up to be black. Who says who says I got to be black when you want me to be black? You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Damn. Oh, brother, you trying to be? Brother, you trying to be what they say? Difficult. You trying to be
Like, nah, motherfucker, I'm keeping it real shit. See, they want you to be the yes man to their shit, man. They want you to fall right in line with this shit, man. It's like, nah, man.
Yeah, they scamming, man. They running the scam, bro.
Good scheme, man. You at the bottom and shit, you gonna get the the least amount of motherfucking profit. So it's just like,
Right. So they are gatekeeping. They're keeping you in the darkness. They don't want you to walk through the light. They want you to live in the basement with no lights. Because guess what? They give them some type of credence that they actually think they're being some type of savior. Oh, we got to save these people. We keep these people in a distressed, depleted, underserving areas or districts. Right? We can keep these uneducated subjects as long as possible. We will be going to 400 years if we continue to follow that script. You literally will be slaves for 400 years.
It's like, what's the name said he's gonna have us voting Democrat for 300 years, man. Lyndon B. Johnson said that. What's that tell you right there?
Well, that's just one of the plans, and it looks like they're going to people because, like you said, some people. Well, when my father told me that he was going to die a Democrat, obviously that white man went lying.
Bro, you wasn't lying, bro.
So you know, I mean, it is what it is, Frank. I mean, these are all elements of life now. I mean, people, I don't know, man. Like I said, what can you do with that?
I know when they say stuff like that, then my pops is awesome. I just don't get it, man. It's like we stay loyal to these people, man. You know, they're not loyal to you. They don't do nothing for you, man. They don't even put you in any kind of consideration when it comes down to policy and nothing, man. They put everybody. But see, that makes sense because that's like the DEI shit right there. The white woman, you know what I'm saying? The gay woman and shit, the gay motherfuckers and shit. Then everybody else, Hispanics and all types of other motherfuckers and shit. And then the black at the end, at the last, you last in the totem pole. Makes sense. I understand, man.
So okay, so if black applies to all people, right? Oh, well, see, they don't call them black Spanish. They call them, this Afro shit. Afro.
Afro Latino.
Is that black Mexicans? If black apply to everybody. Black Chinese. Damn sure should apply to black Europeans, black Africans.
That's true.
Why you don't never hear them saying the black Mexicans?
You'll never hear that. Black Europeans.
You never hear black Hispanics. I don't ever hear that. They just say Hispanics are blacks. But what does that mean? See, that's what what does this shit mean, bro?
What does it mean? I'll tell you, it's very broad and ambiguous. I'll tell you that. You know what I'm saying? Very broad and ambiguous. I'll tell you that. Straight up. It's very broad. It's just, and at the same time, man, that's what this shit is about. Putting the slave narrative, you know what I'm saying? Putting us when it was a different kind, it was all different, basically work for somebody. And then you know what I'm saying? Putting you as the face of crime, you know what I'm saying? Making your image negative, making your women not want to mess with you, making your women pick them over you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, dude broke that shit down. The one that from the UBTV, bro. You should play some of this shit because he broke down that all that shit, the birthday nation, all that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck with All right, so I'm gonna play a little more of this. I'm gonna go to he be spitting, bro. Yeah, I fuck with UB. I'm gonna play a couple more minutes. I'm gonna go to him.
Getting out into widespread violence, which increasingly have placed the peace and stability of the nation in dire jeopardy. This violence has resulted in loss of life, limb, and property, and has cost taxpayers of the nation billions of dollars. And the end is not yet in sight. This same violence has raised the tremendously grave question as to whether the races can ever live in peace with each other. Each passing month has brought new intelligence that, despite new laws passed to alleviate the condition of the minority still is not satisfied. Demonstrations and rioting have become a part
of the minority if you're the majority in the world. I'm just saying.
The familiar scene. Troops have been called out in city after city across the land, and our image as a world leader severely damaged. Our enemies press closer, seeking the advantage.
Look how big of a scam that was. Black Lives Matter. Look how big, Shaq, how big of a front and scam that was. You had a Hungarian Jew, some guy from wherever in Europe, wherever he's from, basically running the show. How is this nigga running the show for motherfuckers in America? From 3 black lesbian women in America. How much dough is this nigga giving y'all, bro? How much dough? How much did he fund of y'all motherfuckers? Because I knew at first, you know what I'm saying, people like Yoda and people like Darren Seals were actually really on the boots on the ground and actually had something different called Black Lives Matter. You see what I'm saying? So how much money did they cost and they give them to infiltrate the whole movement? Double agent type shit. Just like we was talking about the other day, me and the homie, Sonny, Asian cat I know, real swift on his toes with the mental, right? Not a slouch at all, this dude. Not a slouch. But he was talking about that too. Look at all this agent shit and all this shit in these movies. They always have it coming from the British Crown. I'm like, I know these motherfuckers are always from the British Crown. These agents and double all this and that. But why is his last name Bond? Bond, you're bonded to something, right? You're bonded to a contract. I was like, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from, bro. Because this dude reads, though. This is a reader I'm talking about. This Asian cat. He's a reader. So I'm like, okay, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You always gotta be on your toes when it comes down to somebody that reads all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? But that makes sense. 007. Why are all these secret agent motherfuckers, 00 agent people always English in from London and down with the British Crown? That's very interesting, man. Because guess what? Your birth certificate goes to that. Guess what? You pay homage to the motherfucker, to that British Crown. Trust me, whether you believe it or not. Would they say what's the name? That paperwork that's saying that you subservient. It's the Papa Bull. The Papa Bull tells you that any king or any motherfucking president or whatever in this atmosphere is subservient to the Pope in the Vatican, bro. The Papa Bull. So I mean, what does that tell you, man? I thought church and state was separated. But then, like Shaq was saying, they'd have you put your hand on the Bible when you swear in. Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible. Was that symbolism? What kind of way was that symbolism? I know it was some symbolism, but what kind of way? Was it symbolism in a good way? Or symbolism in a bad way? What kind of tools, what's name did it show us? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking. I'm just saying. I don't know. Let's go.
Possibly at a time during one of these outbreaks of violence, the minority has adopted an almost military posture to gain its objective, which are not clear to most Americans. Okay, so I'm going to interject there. So the minority has adopted an almost military posture to gain its objectives, which are not clear to most Americans. And the only simple response that I could submit is most Americans, quote unquote, historically would not identify with the mentality of the quote unquote minority or blacks or Negroes. Our conditions in this country are not equivalent. All other nations came here as a choice to participate on the platform of the American dream. And the minority, Negro, blacks, those indigenous and native to this land, conquer, colonize, and enslave. Those who came here to participate will not understand those who came here in bondage and were destroyed off of their heritage.
I don't know about when they keep saying came here. I don't know about that. We was already here, man. We got to stop. I don't know. You know, you got these scholars and you got these people, so-called, and you got these people from these colleges and these all these people. You know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying? Talking about this and that. Bro, stop pushing the slavery. We came from somewhere, fuck Africa, West Congo. Why is it just the Congo? Why was it just the west part of Africa? You mean to tell me, huh? They didn't pull. They didn't. So South Africa is colonized by white people, but they didn't get no slaves from South Africa. Okay, right. So anyway, like I was saying, you know what I'm saying. So we got to get off this whole, you know, Barnum's here type stuff. We was already here, man. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody say, man.
Which is not clear to most Americans. Okay.
I don't care what nobody said. Let's go.
Continuing. It is expected, therefore, that when those objectives are denied the minority, a racial war must be considered inevitable. When the emergency comes, the racial war, we must expect the total involvement of all 22 million members of the minority, men, women, and children. For once this project is launched, its goal is to terminate once and for all the minority threat to the whole of the American society and indeed the free world. So this document was created sometime, let's say mid 50s, 60s, 70s. So we're going to have to augment some of these numbers and some of the organizations in the preceding sentences. So there's definitely more than 22 million quote unquote minority, which means Black Negroes in America. And we need to understand that in the event of a national emergency of racial violence, the goal of this memo is to terminate once and for all the minority threat to the whole of the American society and indeed the free world. That is the mind frame for the quote unquote minority to maintain throughout this reading. Signed by the chairman of the National Security Council. Preliminary memo of the Department of Interior. Under King Alfred, the nation has been divided into 10 regions. In case of emergency, minority members will be evacuated from the
to these camps, the FEMA camp, chat. These places that they turn a Walmart into, or these places that these lots and these vacant places with these gates and these, you know what I'm saying, the places where you can't leave in but you can't leave out, come in but you can't, you know what I mean, stuff like that. Oh yeah. Interesting. Lock your black butt up. I'm not a minority though. I don't call myself that. I don't consider myself that. So let's go.
Cities by federalized National Guard units, local and state police, and if necessary, by units of the regular armed forces using public and military transportation and detained in nearby military installations until a further course of action has been decided. Capital Region 1, Northeast Region 2, Southeast Region 3, Great Lakes Region 4, South Central Region 5, Deep South Region 6, Deep South Region 2, 7, Great Plains, Rocky Mountain Region 8, Southwest Region 9, West Coast Region 10. No attempt will be made to seal off the Canadian and Mexican borders. From the Secretary of the Department of Interior. 849-899. King of England, who slaughtered thousands under the disguise of protecting the European religion of Christianity. As a result,
there go that Christianity. That's the number one religion that America, the guys that America goes on, the number one religion. You see what I'm saying? The Christianity. You got to pay attention to this though. The breakdown.
He was revered as one of the most notable kings in the history of England. Combined memo, Department of Justice, with a preliminary memo, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Central Intelligence Agency. There are 12 major minority organizations, and all are familiar to the 22 million. Dossiers have been compiled on the leaders of these organizations and can be studied in Washington. The material contained in many of the dossiers and our threat to reveal that material has considerably held in check some of the leaders. Leaders who do not have such usable material in their dossiers have been approached to take government posts, mostly as ambassadors and primarily in African countries. The promise of these positions also has materially contributed to the temporary slowdown of minority activities. However, we do not expect these slowdowns to be of long duration because there's always new and dissident elements joining these organizations with the potential power to replace the old.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Shaq. Here we go with these damn secret societies. Here we go with these damn fraternities. What the hell has a fraternity done for us? What has people in these in being so-called black people be doing in these damn secret societies and these damn fraternities done for the average modern day fucking everyday black person? Nothing. You know, they parade these secret societies around. They play these damn fraternities around like they're something to brag about, bro. Like it's something special, bro. I really not feeling it. I'm really not getting it. You know what I'm saying? They can miss me with it, man, because I'm not, it's just not me. You know what I'm saying? A fraternity is like, okay, ain't doing nothing for the so-called group of the so-called black people at all. Just doing stuff for them and feeding their agendas. You know what I'm saying? These fraternities, man, and guess what? That's where the gatekeepers come out. That's where the people from APEC come from. That's where these people from these global young leaders come from, and all these people, man. You see what I'm saying?
Leaders. All organizations and their leaders are under constant 24-hour surveillance. These organizations are the Black Muslims, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, Congress of Racial Equality, Uhuru Movement, Group on Advanced Leadership, GOAL, Freedom Now Party, FNP, United Black Nationalists of
Black nationalists, black this, black that, nationalist this, black this. We call out the white nationalists, but we make our term black nationalists. It just really don't make no sense to me. I'm sorry. I don't know. What is it? What about y'all? It just don't add up to me. You know what I'm saying? It just don't add up. I'm sorry. It don't, and it won't.
America, UBNA, the New Pan-African Movement, TNPAM, Southern Christian Leadership Conference,
Interesting.
SCLC,
Interesting.
the National Urban League,
Interesting.
NUL.
Once again, groups that weren't founded by you, they're not for you. A lot of these groups are Creed people. A lot of these groups are the Creed people that founded them and they run it. You don't run it. These groups and organizations are not for you. They just get money off the backs of you. You see what I'm saying? Just by it's legally, it's like copyright infringement. They're using your name, your copy, they're using something, your name or your brand, and they copyright it and not copyrighted it and just using it and infringing off it, right? Illegally using it. That's the same thing with us. They're using the guys of so-called, Black has no standing by y'all law, but they're basically, I can't even say that. But it's basically under the guise of trying to act like they're representing so-called a group of people that has no standing by law, and they're supposed to be representing us, but they're not. So it's just like it's the same kind of stuff, like a bait and switch thing. Very interesting, y'all. I'm
The
coming.
National Association for the Advancement of Colored People.
Name some more of these groups, and I'm gonna get on.
NAACP. Committee on Racial and Religious Progress.
How for you?
CORARP. And as an amendment, currently as of 2018, the Hebrew Israelite Nation Movement Group organizations have been attached to these organizations that are constantly being monitored. Note.
All right. Shout Revelations. All right. Shout his channel out, subscribe to his channel. But let me get into this UV TV real quick, man. Well, let me play a couple minutes of the what's name, and I'm gonna play the UV. Then play the civil rights. I'm gonna play this, the series I be liking, man. Civil rights went left. Get it? Left. You know what I'm saying? It's my little, well, it's not my series. All right, so let's play another one of these, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they use our people, dude. They use motherfuckers. All right, so let me see. Let me see. Let's get a short one. Let's get this one right here. Get it. All right. Shout out to Civil Rights went left, man.
Asked about how the civil rights movement went left.
So-called Black History Month. Let's get it.
Oh, man. I gotta get up. I gotta go. Ooh, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. I gotta get up and leave.
Welcome back to the Blackjack Podcast. What if I told you that the civil rights movement did way more to benefit white business than black business? The civil rights movement, for all of its gains, one real flaw is that in the final analysis, white people won. Like, white people's businesses got a complete access to a black customer base. Black business, which tragically did so much to fund and propel the civil rights movement, did not benefit from it. From the very beginning, the civil rights movement could not have operated, could not have done anything without the assistance of black entrepreneurs. And that was from the very beginning. So, for example, people often think of the Emmett Till case as sort of being the launch of the movement, when black people just said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. This is in 1954. Of course, we know the story. Emmett Till from Chicago comes down to Money, Mississippi, and he gets lynched. And so there's a trial. And Emmett Till's mother, Mamie Till, she comes down from Chicago, and the black press is interested in this. This becomes a real thing. But the only way that this works for the Till family, the only way that this works for black journalists, and by the way, we would know nothing without the black press. White people certainly did not cover this trial. But the only reason why any of this is possible is because of an all-black town, Mound Bayou, Mississippi. It was a town founded by formerly enslaved people in 1887. This is a place where black people could just sort of operate and be free, independent of everyone else. And so you have a vibrant black business scene. And the guy is a Dr. T.R.M. Howard. He's a physician. He's an entrepreneur. He's got a bunch of different businesses. He has an insurance company. He's got all kind of stuff. He really works with Medgar Evers from the NAACP and other people to provide security for the Till family, to give a safe haven for the black press. None of this happens without the black business community. As you move forward in the movement, you have people like John Johnson. Most folks remember at least Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, Johnson Publishing Company. So this is John Johnson. John Johnson was one of the primary people who worked with Dr. King to raise money. He's raising money for Dr. King. Dr. King is also getting assistance from Atlanta Life Insurance. In fact, you go back to 1960, you have the student movement in Atlanta. These students get involved. The guy who's the head of Atlanta Life Insurance at that time, his name, well, Alonzo Herndon was the founder. He was formerly enslaved. He starts as a barber, and then he gets these barbershops together. He gets a couple different barbershops, gets into real estate, and then eventually into insurance. He hands the company off to his son, Norris Herndon, who, by the way, was closeted gay back then. He was a very private, reclusive guy, didn't talk to anybody. His own employees probably wouldn't know who he was if he walked into the office, like for real. But the company has $1 million in assets, and Norris Herndon blows this things out. It grows until it has like a presence in 17 different states. And ultimately, by the time it's said and done, Norris Herndon's personal fortune is estimated to be something around $100 million. Now, again, his father handed the company to him with $1 million in assets, and he blows it out. So Atlanta Life Insurance is a huge deal. But the point I was getting at with the student movement in Atlanta, students show up to the first protest. They've got like these raggedy signs, and Norris Herndon sees this or hears about this, and he calls the students in to the office. He's like, we got to get some better signage, man. So these companies are very invested in the movement. You don't have a movement without these companies. You don't have a movement. Civil rights leaders depended on these people to raise money from. They depended on them for resources, but in the end, did very little to reciprocate that. In many ways, the civil rights movement is consumed with what we don't have versus what we do have. And
Right.
because there's not a focus on what we do have, we don't build upon that. It's just,
You know what? That's a good point. It was basically focused on what you didn't have, and it was basically focused on us not being rights we didn't have, or not being a part of something, or us not being citizens because we can't deal with white people or can't sit next to them and take a shit by them. So I really did, I kind of get where he's coming from with that. You know what I'm saying? Word.
we don't have access to this, we don't have access to that. We don't have the freedom to do this. We don't have the freedom to do that. But what do we have, and how can we build upon that? And certainly, if these companies are beneficial to you, we ought to do something to reach back to them. And we don't see that focus. But there were things to build upon. Just take a wild guess. What were the largest Black businesses in the history of America? In the history of this country, what would you guess were the largest and most profitable Black-owned businesses? The answer is life insurance companies, believe it or not. Most Black businesses, and this is even true today, never really reached industry scale. I mean, these are just kind of small mom and pop operations, sole proprietorships, or just really small shops. The companies that really reach that real big league scale are insurance companies. Now, there are other exceptions like, the Johnson Publishing Company, some of that, but for the most part, those are it. And there's a scholar out of Wichita State University, Dr. Robert Weems. He really kind of studies this, and he really comes up with the point that there's a real corollary between the decline of Black neighborhoods and Black insurance companies. Why? Black insurance companies were the biggest investors in Black neighborhoods. These are the companies that provide capital for business loans and home loans. Like, this is where the money is. There was a time in this country where we had 46 Black insurance companies, and collectively they had over $1 trillion, trending close to $2 trillion in insurance policies in force. So if you go back to 1925, the top 8 Black insurance companies had $141 million in policies. That's over $2 billion in today's money. By the time you get to 1973, one company alone, Atlanta Life Insurance, which I just mentioned, they had $346 million in policies. That's in 1973. But the movement is consumed with what we don't have and not building on what we do have. Those companies really, they had something, and that's a foundation we could build upon. Because again, they're investing in Black business, they're investing in Black neighborhoods. Maybe there was an opportunity to look at how do we build those up even more, and how do we protect them and provide for their growth. And so by insisting on integration, obviously we are growing white business because we're diverting a lot of customers to them. And in fact, the Black insurance sector, one of the things that happens is as integration comes along, they see an opportunity, white businesses see an opportunity to grow their Black customer base. And so they take the best and the most talented Black insurance salespersons. They pursue Black customers. They bring them into these white companies. And yes, many Black customers thought it was a flex to get a policy from a white company, and they did. And so that is a weakness. That is a real flaw. But the other thing that you see here, we're advocating for jobs. We're advocating for the government to do all these things to help Black people through the white system. But there's no policy advocacy to help Black companies. And ultimately, that leads to the decline of Black business. There's a pretty good article There's a publication called the Washington Monthly. I actually know the editor, guy by the name of Paul Glasser, is a really good guy. But some years ago, they came up with a piece about the decline of black business. You can just Google the decline of black business in Washington Monthly and find it. But it talks about, yes, we know that integration had its effects and that, but the big killer for black business was that the government really gave up on enforcing anti-monopoly, antitrust regulations. So we're just going to get out of that business. Everybody can get bigger, 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 bigger. We can get monopoly. We can do whatever we want. And guess who gets crushed? Black businesses. Now, to be fair,
that's why a lot of that integration was going on. That and to have white sexual access too. And to be able to say, oh, I could go to shop at Sears, I could go shop at, Walmart. And you're not going to shop with your local black vendors though.
A lot of white people get crushed too. But when you only have a few businesses, like, you're going to crush everything. So by the time you get to the 1990s, Black Enterprise says that era was a virtual bloodbath for the black insurance sector. Because again, if everyone can get bigger, they just crush you or they just buy you out. You don't have a chance to compete. And so there's no foresight. There's no policy advocacy to say, okay, we've got to protect what we have and help that grow. And so maybe we should be focusing on, we need strong antitrust. We need a strong anti-monopoly stance from the government. And so when we have opportunities to use the black vote, we should flex it in these ways to protect our interests so we can foster that and help that grow. But again, if you look at all the advocacy, all the public policies that we're pushing, these things benefit white businesses, not black business. And that was a problem. When we look back, the people who get most of the credit for raising money, it's the Harry Belafontes, a lot of white liberals, white businessmen. We don't talk about these black entrepreneurs. In any campaign, I don't care. Let's say you're an entrepreneur and you want to build a company. Who do you ask for money first? You ask your friends and your family. You go to people closest to you. And so it was with the movement. Before you have Northern bankers kicking in, you have black businessmen. You have these black insurance companies. Absolutely. But we only talk about black entertainers and white liberals. The foundation was the black business community. We don't talk about it, and we didn't do anything to foster their growth. Everything we did, almost everything, a great deal of what we did was to benefit white business. Now, to be fair, Dr. King, for example, again, because he's just so prominent in the movement, it's not to pick on him, but he's just a very prominent figure. At the very end of his life, he seems to be singing this tune. If you go back to April 3rd, 1968, that's the night before he's killed. He's at Mason Temple in Memphis and he gives a speech, the whole I've been to the mountaintop speech. But if you listen to that speech in its entirety, he does talk about the need to strengthen black institutions. So he tells the people, in addition to boycotting white companies, we got to build up black companies. He tells the crowd, put your money in the black bank, Tri-State Bank in Memphis. He says, we got some black insurance companies in Memphis. Take your insurance there. So rather than having a sit-in where, you go sit at the lunch counter and try to force them to integrate, he says, no, instead of a sit-in, let's have a bank in. Let's have an insurance in. And that's great. The problem is it's too little too late. This is what the movement should have been doing from the very beginning. And yes, a lot of black organizations did some of this, but that wasn't the message. That's not what that's not what was being proclaimed publicly and loudly. This is what we should have been emphasizing. From the time Emmett Till was murdered and to the very end of the movement, that should have been the thrust. We've got to encourage what we have. We've got to foster what we have. We have to develop what we have and not just look at what we don't have. And we've got to protect it. So our policy advocacy needs to look into the future and say, how do we protect these businesses and how do we foster their growth? I think this conversation is an important one. And I want to pick up on this next week on Black Tech. We're going to keep talking about how the civil rights movement went left.
I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. I gotta get up and leave. I gotta get up and go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. They waiting on me when I walk out the door. They counting on me to get ready to blow. Too many people saying I'm the hero. Too many people looking up to me. Can't let them down, not an option for me. Don't even matter if you rocking with me. I touchdown even if you ain't rocking for me. No BS and no negativity. Only dealing with positive energy. Yeah, it's haters and doubters surrounding me. I don't pay up no man, they ain't stopping me. Like Brady and Jordan on top of me. I'm MVP in every category. My confidence grows every day that I rise. Gotta get up and go keep my eye on the prize. I gotta go. Manifesting on my hopes and dreams. I gotta go. Yo, I'm strategizing like I'm coaching the team. I got places to go, I got people to see, I got things to do. Yo, I'm through with surviving, it's time to start living, I don't know about you. That's what I see for myself, speak over my life, I got riches and wealth. Take it in stride one day at a time, no malice inside, I'm nothing but blessed. I gotta go, ooh, I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go.
Get up to $4,000 instantly with a refund advance through TurboTax. Zero loan fees, 0% APR, and no credit score impact. Get money in your pocket fast.
A cookie made with watermelon seed flour? Simple Mills.
This is Blackjacked, a podcast about how the civil rights movement went left.
Oh man, I gotta get up. I gotta go. Ooh, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta get up and go. I gotta get up and leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another edition of the Blackjack Podcast. Going to pick up from last week. One of the things that the civil rights movement always struggled with was responding to terrorism, but specifically the terrorism that impacts Black businesses. So we talked about last week business and sort of how the civil rights movement actually undercut Black-owned businesses. But the other thing, and one of the primary things that's always undercut Black businesses, is terrorism. If you're a white person doing business, you have to worry about profit and loss, capital, those kind of things. Black businesses historically, in addition, worry about terrorism. Now, terrorism can take a lot of different forms, and we sort of understand the basics, right? So take Rosewood, for example, in Florida, 1923, white people go crazy, and they just hunt down Black people and kill them. And Black people are hiding in the woods, trying to hide out, and they wait out as long as they can. And many of them come out of the woods and they still get killed. But one of the first things that they did, the whites took the land. They took the land that Black people owned. They looted their businesses. They took their property. These people in Rosewood, they were independent. They owned their land. They owned these businesses. But again, terrorism wipes it out overnight, right? So you kind of have that dynamic that white people just don't have in America. Beyond that, we think about, for example, Tulsa. People love to talk about Tulsa, Black Wall Street in 1921. And of course that happened, right? Again, white people go ham. They destroy hundreds of businesses. They burn them to the ground. There are people who say they had little, kind of like the crop duster planes, and just drop bombs all over. I mean, they went crazy. One of the things that people don't understand about that is it's not just that people destroyed hundreds of businesses and killed hundreds of people. The other thing that happened there is insurance companies, many of them refused to pay out claims to Black business owners who, had policies, paid their premiums, and they could not get coverage. But the other big thing that nobody talks about is the highway system. And this is the next form of terrorism that we see against Black-owned businesses. It's the highways. A lot of people don't realize, as difficult as it is, Tulsa's Black Wall Street, they did rebuild. It was destroyed, but it was rebuilt. What put the death knell in that community was a highway. And a lot of people don't understand that terrorism evolves. It's just not about people with pitchforks and bombs. Terrorism evolves and it gets more strategic and it gets like a lot more sophisticated. The next iteration of terrorism was the highway and interstate system. And there wasn't a really great answer for that. If you go to the Greenwood district today in Tulsa, there's a big highway that runs through it. That's what killed it. Fortune magazine, I believe in 1954, they called Atlanta's Auburn Avenue the richest Negro street in the world. You had Black banks, Black insurance companies. What killed it? An interstate. I-75-85, the connector in Atlanta, bisects the neighborhood through the middle of the neighborhood. It is said that in Nashville, when they built I-40, 80% of the Black businesses were destroyed. You see this theme over and over. If you go to Detroit, there was a Black business district called Black Bottom, a highway.
Once you go with these highways.
And Seth, this was all based on Mignonette, your second album, and the story behind it, which is based on a true story.
It destroyed, this is the next act of terrorism. Now, we talked about in episode 4, the NAACP, they're trying to contend with terrorism. They are working on anti-lynching legislation. They see clearly that Black people can build, we can do things, but we have got to stop terror. But again, in episode 4, we discussed how the Garland Fund, this white foundation, came along and said, you know, you don't really want to do that. You want to look at education. So let's focus on that. And so the movement never really deals with that terrorism part that's affecting particularly Black commerce, Black businesses. And here's the next wave, the interstate system. Again, you can go all across the country. You see the same dynamic. If you today go out in a major city and see an interstate, just know very likely a Black business district was destroyed to create that. That's just what it was. There wasn't a really great answer for that. And to be fair, what would the answer be? Like, what were civil rights organizations going to do about the federal government putting highways through Black communities and Black business districts? And then you see that compounded with what we call urban renewal. So we talk about Black Wall Street in Tulsa. There's also Black Wall Street in Durham, North Carolina. Urban renewal killed that one too. So you see this dynamic, interstates, urban renewal, etc. This is the next form of terror attacks. And the movement doesn't really have an answer because the Eisenhower interstate system, 90% of it was funded by the federal government, 10% by the states. So this is definitely the government committing terror. And there's just not an answer. There's really not a great solution to protect Black businesses and Black property, frankly. The movement doesn't have an answer, doesn't really have a way to pivot towards that. But as the movement matures, particularly as you get to the late 60s, coming into the 70s, there's the thinking that now it's about politics. It's not about marching in the street. So you see people like Andrew Young, who was a lieutenant of Dr. King. He runs for Congress, right? You see people like the Jesse Jacksons running for office. You see this becomes the thinking that now we have to go from here to there. And the route is through political action and political power. But the problem with the politics is, we talked about this again in last week's episode 9, it doesn't target the concerns of Black commerce specifically, but there are some people who try. You really have Black mayors trying it, frankly. Good example of that is Mayor Marion Barry in Washington, D.C. He gets elected in D.C., I believe in 1979. I believe, I could be lying. I hope I'm not lying. I'm not looking at it, but I believe it's like 1979. And he gets elected to his first term. He is an alum of SNCC. In episode 3, we talked about Ella Baker, how she helps organize these students. He comes out of SNCC. So Ella Baker influences Marion Barry also. He gets elected mayor. He does an interview with Black Enterprise in 1986. And he says this, and I quote, "For Blacks, it is much easier to get political power than it is to get economic power." He also goes on to say this, and I quote, "Blacks in politics should see to it that more economic power is distributed to the Black community." And then he says, and I quote, "As one of those with political power, I feel that my job is to see to it that this power is achieved." Now, Barry is not just talking, he actually walks it. One of the things that he does, he requires all of his city agencies to ensure that 35% of the dollar volume of their contracts went to minority firms. 35% of the dollar volume got to go to minority firms. He makes that the rule. You have people like Maynard Jackson in Atlanta. He's, I believe, the first Black mayor in the Deep South. He makes that a policy. Again, he wants his agencies to make sure that Black firms are getting contracts. And in fact, one of the things that he was legendary for is when they wanted to expand the airport, he made it clear, if Black folks don't get a certain percentage, we ain't building nothing. So you have these mayors, the Richard Hatchers in Gary, Indiana. Hatcher was in 1968, Carl Stokes, 68 in Cleveland. Those are the first two. But these Black mayors, they realize that white people don't want to live by us. And so they're leaving the cities. Guess what? That gives us political power in these cities and we can control city politics. But they realize, many of these mayors realize, it's not just about getting elected. This is about money. Where are the dollars going? And so they use their platform, they use their power to make sure that Black folks are getting dollars through government contracts. And you see that start to work in some places. You see some effect. Now, it wasn't a fantasy. It wasn't, getting everyone out of poverty, but it was a start. Let's use what we have. We have segregated cities now because, again, whites leave. We can vote. We can control these contracts. We can make sure Black people get a piece of the pie. But then you have the next terror attack because there's a Supreme Court case in 1989 out of Richmond, Virginia. Richmond is another one of these cities that has a lot of Black people. Again, we always talk about DC being chocolate city. Again, these are a lot of majority Black cities. And these mayors are saying, okay, we need to make sure that Black companies are because Black people are paying taxes. We haven't gotten an equitable share in the past. Let's make sure. Now, again, Marion Barry, he's talking about 35%. Most of these things are like 25%. And so it was in Richmond. They wanted to make sure with the construction contracts, 25% of those dollars would go to black firms. And this is the next terror attack. White people got mad and went to the Supreme Court. They go to the Supreme Court. There's this case and they want to challenge this. And essentially, the argument is this is reverse discrimination. Now, think about the irony of that. For generations and generations, black people have been excluded from everything. We couldn't even ride in the front of the bus. We definitely didn't get government contracts. And so you have a few black mayors who get elected primarily in the 70s and even coming into the 80s to say, okay, let's start to address that. Let's have some equity. Let's just make sure 25% in a city that's maybe 60% black, maybe even 70, 25%. This is an oppression. But even that was just intolerable to white folks. And they went to the Supreme Court. And so they have this case in 1989. And the Supreme Court agrees. They say, yeah, this is reverse discrimination. You cannot have these programs that you set aside a percentage to these black firms. This is reverse discrimination. And they make all those programs illegal. And from that time until now, we have not figured out how to do contracting in a way that is equitable where black people get their fair share in these cities. We have yet to figure that out. We certainly aren't competing on the federal level, but even on the municipal level, you don't see it. This was a terror attack. Again, terrorism evolves. It doesn't stay the same. In 2024, it's not about going into a black business district and throwing rocks. No. In the 1950s and the 1960s, it became, okay, let's build an interstate. Let's do urban renewal. Let's do things that completely disrupt this. And then once you get coming into the 90s, we see some mayors trying to do what they can because we destroyed a lot of businesses like, the Tulsa districts and the Rosewoods. We did that at first. Okay. And then we did the interstates. Whatever was left, we see you trying to rebuild. Let's destroy it one more time. Let's go to the Supreme Court. You're going to use the power of the vote to get contracts. We'll take care of that. That was your next terror attack. Last week, we discussed as the movement is taking off and black businesses are getting involved and they're promoting the movement, they're funding the movement doesn't really do much to sort of reach back and say thank you. And how do we push black commerce now? How do we push for policy and priorities that really help black business? And then the next part of that is, as we see terror attacks, how do we respond? The NAACP wants to respond with anti-lynching. That doesn't happen. You see the interstates, you see urban renewal. There's really not a great response to that. I'm not even sure what people could have done. And just for example, there are people who were successful in diverting interstates from destroying their neighborhoods. There were people who stopped it. So I used to live in the DC area. I lived in Tacoma Park. Tacoma Park is weird because it is a neighborhood in DC, but if you cross the street, it is a city in Maryland, right? And so there are these white women back in the day in Tacoma Park who want to stop this interstate because I-95 is supposed to come from Baltimore through DC. And it's going to come right through Tacoma Park. And they say, oh, whoa, this is my neighborhood. And they are successful in getting it to divert. And that's why DC has a beltway. It goes around the city. Well, they were not going to do that for black people. So there's no win there. And so here we talked about last week, the government really stops enforcing antitrust and anti-monopoly laws. That crushes black businesses. And then we have the one thing that these mayors can do, control city contracts. And there's not an answer to that because it goes to the Supreme Court. And to this day, there is no answer. Whether black people are sitting in the front of the bus or the back of the bus, it is true that without the ability to feed ourselves, produce for ourselves, create an economic base, we're going nowhere. Right. And what we see is that in many ways, the movement really was at a disadvantage.
And see, he says economic. That's key words, man. All right, shout out to him, man. Let me play a little bit of UBTV and I'm about to be out, man. All right, so let me see that, y'all. All right, so hold on, y'all. Let me see. Oh, yeah.
Pop the balloon. Man, Frank, you gotta play something to pop the balloons, bro. But these motherfuckers be wilding, bro.
What happened
Gotta
with that?
laugh, man. These niggas be wilding, bro.
What happened with that episode? That you watching?
Oh, she was bad. I don't know. All the niggas popped the balloon on her, man. She was singing and shit. I don't know.
Pop the book. Damn, that shit burned, man. Dude, cut up there. Cut it, dude, man. Man, figure. Yeah, motherfuckers, man.
She had the little dress on.
This goes to show you that those shows make it to where we're separate us, and push it to separate narrative and black man versus black woman narrative. You know what I'm saying?
It's very barbaric the way that the setup. You come out, and it's very hypocritical because you say, "Oh, one people say I don't judge on looks," and then you gain, you might not have to, you might. There's where certain rounds where either the person coming out, the single person that's coming out, has to judge only on looks. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
So like, is it really? But I guess love does have to do with looks because, like you said, visually, if you don't see yourself with that person, you don't, feel those vibes and sparks and stuff. Like I said, why waste your time?
But nowadays it's ridiculous though. This lip
It's really ridiculous. I mean, honestly, mother say I didn't like the shoes. I'm like, huh? You didn't like somebody's shoes, and that's really okay. Really?
Shoot, bro, what the fuck does that got it? Something's wrong with it. But see, black people, I get it, or whatever the immigrants, whatever the fuck the motherfuckers be. But I get it though. It's definitely geared towards black people. That's for sure.
I mean, I told you need to watch that Pan African one. It's called a Pan African dating show. See if you pull that motherfucker up. They be wilding too.
You said
with each other.
You said Pan African dating show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me play a little bit of this, and I'll pull it up right now. Sure.
Yeah.
I want to see what you was talking about when he's breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? That white power, man. Black, what is it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
The black face of white power, man.
Perpetrating the negativity as the one who allegedly does it.
Dope little beats on here too. Dope beats, man. Race mixing is communism. Damn, they really were saying that, bro? What's that to do with communism, dude? Check that. Them motherfuckers, people was brainwashed back then. People were really stupid and ignorant, huh? Race mixing is communism. What the fuck has communism got to do with racism? Race mixing. People are dumb, man. Yeah.
In the previous episode, we discussed the new Negro philosophy that grew out of Harlem and its connections to the Black Power and civil rights movements of the 50s and 60s. We also highlighted some of the key players in Harlem and how their roles may have began in Harlem, but found their ways to the national stage. Adam Clayton Powell was one of these key players mentioned. His voice was recognized as the most militant persona in politics, and he was endorsed and a close associate of Malcolm X. And as Malcolm once put it, the Harlem Negro is the most intellectually sophisticated Negro in the country. This presumably was contrary to every other type of Negro in the country, but especially the Southern Negro, who was seen by many urban Negroes as weak, docile, slow, uneducated, and barely out of the shackles of slavery. Simply put, Northern Negroes looked down upon the Southern Negroes. This has more elements than just the Mason-Dixon beef. The philosophical dichotomy between the Northern and Southern Negro would set the stage for the Civil Rights Movement. But ultimately, it would be in the South where the biggest battles were fought. In this episode, we detail the era between Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement with a specific focus on the Southern Negro as opposed to the Northern Negro or the Harlem Negro. We also detail a brief history of the Ku Klux Klan and how they played a key role in the Civil Rights Movement of the 50s and 60s. In comparison between the Northern and Southern Negroes, the Northern Negroes mostly had Southern roots, but had moved to the Northern cities following Reconstruction, leading up to the Great Migration. The majority of the so-called Black population that lived in the South were actually enslaved indigenous people who had been conquered throughout colonization. These indigenous people would later be classified as African Americans, without any evidence that these millions of people were ever connected to the transatlantic slave trade.
Way to classify. There we go. Fucking up who we are, changing the dynamics of who we are and who our forefathers are, you know? That's crazy.
Presumed African origins of colored people in the South have more of a fictional basis than a reliable historical foundation, as we have mentioned in several past episodes. The so-called African blood is almost always Indian blood. There is no documented evidence in the transatlantic slave trade that could account for the overall population of so-called Blacks in the South.
Facts.
This is the biggest hole in their African theory. How did all of these Africans arrive into the Deep South? Through what port did they arrive? New Orleans? Biloxi? Did they arrive in Charleston and then trek across the entire continent? What series of voyages recorded in the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database documents the over 4 million Blacks in the South originating from Africa? These are just a few questions we will attempt to answer. Conditions for colored people in the South were always highlighted by a myriad of government and private schemes looking to steal indigenous land. This ultimately led to the skepticism Americans had in dealing with the government, which is also a primary reason why some indigenous people didn't want their children educated in the newly established Negro public schools, looking to push.
Interesting how the people had enough sense back then to not want their kids in the schools, but now we don't mind our kids being in these schools. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to take our kids out of these schools. Very interesting. The people had some sense back then, man. They seen that these public schools was indoctrination, not education. You know what I'm saying? Was not really putting intellect in the kids' minds. You know what I'm saying? So
the agenda for Black literacy. They were by and large untrusting of the government, especially in the South. But if you fast forward a couple of generations, Negroes in the North with Southern roots would soon be looking for the government to enforce their civil rights. In general, this idea may be a little dangerous for the Southern Negro to petition the government for rights. Brother, what you talking about? Should I then go petition Massa for a 401k and dental? A dangerous proposition for a Mississippian, fresh off the chain. However, in the South, the Klan was its own government. You've heard the legend about how Black people have fought and died for their chance to vote. The popular opinion was that the Klan was actually created to suppress the Black vote. The first real post-Civil War movement to re-disenfranchise colored people was this anti-voting movement inspired by the Ku Klux Klan, literally designed to subvert the Republican Party, especially the participation of so-called Blacks within politics in general. At the time, the Republican...
The great thing about it is they use reverse psychology on us, and they had it to make it us making it seem like, you know, being down with them and their system was going to benefit us, but we really didn't. We should have had our own politics and our own parties. I don't understand. I don't know. But I mean, I see why too, because, you know, these were led by a lot of misleaders, man. Like people like Martin Luther King and people like, you know what I'm saying? Du Bois and people like that were just, you know, that just weren't for us. Or we see watching all the people that just black boule that wasn't for the common average black, so-called black person.
Party was really the only party a so-called colored man had a chance to have a platform in. Indeed, the Klan is a political group, although some historians may...
A political group. Interesting, Shaq. Like we've been saying, the Klan is a political group. It's a political party, bro. You see how they do that? Very interesting.
They push back and say that the Klan really started as an odd secret society of jackass weirdos, running around pulling Steve-O type shenanigans and pranks on unsuspecting citizens. The Klan has many veiled faces. Yes, it is a political group. Yes, it is a secret society. Yes, it is a militia. Yes, it is a terrorist organization. Yet the faces of the Klan have evolved over the time since its creation. From selling tickets and photos at lynchings like it was a main event boxing match, to being suppressed by the military and nearly disbanded, to being popularized in American culture in the first blockbuster movie of all time, to being held as the redeemers of white purity and the protector of the precious snow bunny from the black boa constrictor. The Klan has many faces under that hood. There was an underlying sexual vulnerability that permeated the cracker Klan consciousness. They were obsessed with black dick, even more than a Kardashian or a ratchet pinky toe or even Langston Hughes. The Klan loved themselves some coon cock. They loved to chop off a colored man's dick, put it in a jar, and show it to all their friends. Like the true weirdos they are. The first generation Cave Clan embodied all of the qualities of a plantation villain, the definition of DWBs. Following the Civil War, as county and state political structures began to develop across the South, voting became an important civil act for the newly enfranchised Negroes, particularly in rural areas where Negroes would outnumber whites. Pulling together votes for the colored interest was a serious threat to the small town white expectations for establishment. In a local election that could be decided by less than 24 votes, certain whites found it strategic, necessary, and even downright fun to terrorize so-called colored people at the polls, essentially using violence to intimidate voters to suppress votes that would most likely be cast for the Republican candidate. Quote, Election Day riot of 1868, 14 Negroes wounded and 1 killed. This riot took place in Asheville, North Carolina. When black men showed up to vote in downtown Asheville on November 3rd, 1868.
I think what was so important, I don't understand, if everything was so unfair to black people and the white man was so powerful and all this, what were you voting for? If everything was so unjust, what are you going to vote for, somebody white? I don't understand. I didn't understand that. You're going to vote for somebody that wasn't in your best interest? Why did black people see we got hit with the propaganda back then? These bourgeoisie efforts, you know what I'm saying? Try to sell us out on the votes of the guys of voting or voter rights, or you know what I'm saying? That was all a misnomer, man. That was just cap.
Members of the Klan gathered at the polling place. The Klan, a white supremacist terrorist organization, had entered Western North Carolina in the spring with the goal of preventing black men from participating in elections. Black men had been registered to vote with the help of the Freedmen's Bureau, a federal organization set up to help the South transition from slavery to freedom for blacks. When some of the black men cheered Republican Congressman Alexander H. Jones, a white man, as he passed by, white men reputed to be Klan members attacked. According to one account, In a very few minutes, the rebels fired about 40 times into them. 14 black men were wounded, and one, James Smith, was killed. Jones fled and hid in Raleigh. So this is just one of several accounts of the Klan actually coming into the polling place and intimidating black voters to the point where they started shooting at black voters, and one was killed. This was their mode of operation throughout the South and throughout the election of 1868. Another method to the Klan madness born out of their obsession for black genitalia was fabricating the myth of the renegade black rapist. This was their typical MO used to justify mob violence and taking the law into their own hands. But this should be no surprise. The organization was headed by one of the top scumbags in American history. Nathan Bedford Forrest was a Freemason, a well-known slave trader, and a Confederate war.
So this is the same dude that Forrest Gump is named after, Nathan Bedford Forrest. Him and Albert Pike brought up the York Rite division of the Freemasonry, and then they also made up the Ku Klux Klan. All right, him and Albert Pike.
Hero to the racist Southerner. In April 1864, the unit under his command massacred a group of Union troops who had surrendered at Fort Pillow in a mixed unit of black and white soldiers. His men killed the majority of the colored men in the unit. Men who were kneeling to surrender were forced to their feet and shot, while others were beaten, tortured, nailed to boards, and burned alive. Those who tried to escape were shot in the back. Forrest made it a point to treat black soldiers with more brutality, as a warning to the Union Army about using colored troops. Northerners saw him as a slave-driving war criminal. Southerners saw him as a hero.
Of course.
This led to him being chosen as the first Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, even without the knowledge that he had been nominated or chosen. Forrest was also a key figure in the Battle of Selma, which he lost a century before Bloody Sunday. Forrest and his men surrendered in Selma, but the gentlemen of the Union Army decided not to shoot them in the face or torture them,
of course not,
as they had done at the Fort Pillow massacre. His time in the Klan began around 1867. The group had already been created the previous year and found him qualified to be its first Grand Wizard. Killing niggas on a whim was his top qualification, a character trait Confederate cavemen could stand behind. He quickly began terrorizing Negroes, pillaging small black communities at night during his ghost masquerades. The Klan, for the first time, had a national identity. Until then, it had been mostly an organized, unconnected band of white supremacist pockets in the South, comprised of different dens of Confederate sympathizers. Now, they had a leader and a face. The first iteration of the Klan was like the extreme version of White Boys Gone Wild, essentially ransacking unsuspecting colored victims with violent, reckless abandon without consequence. This era of violence followed the assassination of Lincoln in 1865 and was in the wake of the 1868 presidential election between Democrat Horatio Seymour and Republican Ulysses S. Grant.
Interesting.
During the election, squads of dirty white boys harassed, terrorized, kidnapped, beat, tortured, and even murdered Americans at the polls. Forrest would also campaign himself during the election. On the recruiting trail looking to grow White Hood membership, he traveled all over the South in preparation for their lynch mob shenanigans, holding hang a nigga pep rallies in front of calcified crowds of thousands. By the election in 1868, there were over 1,000 incidents, including the attack of Americans at the polls by the KKK and other splinter cells of white supremacy. There was an inherent yet fundamental hatred among Confederate whites and their feelings toward Negroes that went far beyond just racism. Most of the socially prominent men in the South were former Confederate soldiers who had just lost the war and the right to hold public office. But most of the voting socially active Negroes were veterans of the victorious Union Army. It was already bad enough they lost the war, but losing the election to a nappy-headed tar baby made them Confederate crackers downright saltine. In the areas where colored participation was more active, so were the pink pillagers. In 1866, in Memphis and New Orleans, two cities with significantly higher populations of freedmen, after the war, there were scenes of massacre and riots. In both cases, the police departments in Memphis and New Orleans were involved in the perpetuation of terrorism against its colored citizens. In Memphis, Negroes were destructively pushed out of the city, resulting in a significant reduction of the Memphis Negro population. Men were tortured, beaten, and killed. Women were raped. Homes, schools, and churches were burned. But there was also another underlying factor to this bad blood: the hate Irish immigrants had for the newly enfranchised Americans. The Irish were just getting their foot in the American door, as most Irish non-indentured servants were first or second generation. And now their jobs are getting taken away by the newly ascended Negroes. The Memphis Police Department was notoriously corrupt and routinely threatened and harassed colored Union soldiers. Nearly all police officers in Memphis at the time were Irish immigrants.
Interesting. See, how you gonna see? They make this like, you know what I'm saying? They give them land grants, undergird them, all that. Give them land grants. You know what I'm saying? Land grant colleges, all that. You see what I'm saying? There was peasants in A-Town, but you prop them up here, give them into second class status. You make them the police. You make the Irish the police, and you make the Italians the firefighters. Why? You know what I'm saying? And you make that to where they establish and they're part of the so-called white classification, the white status. You see what I'm saying? All these people were immigrants the whole time, y'all. But they're trying to, put us as African and being slaves. They're trying to make it seem like you're the immigrant. It's just like very interesting.
These Mickey Fickies got their willies wet tormenting Negroes. So they took special exception to seeing Negroes in uniform wielding firearms who would at times intervene when the police would senselessly beat citizens in the streets. The consequence of this tension between Irish police officers and Black Union soldiers led to the 1866 massacre. Other areas were also affected by other forms of mob violence. Resentful rebels ran roughshod and created the conditions of chaos, danger, and uncertainty that people hadn't experienced since before the war. Because now the recently emancipated people who are being threatened now have arms. This always instilled within whites fear of Black retribution. If the frontier west of the Mississippi was called the Wild West, then this was the savage South. And if the whites weren't afraid of Negro insurrection, they were under the constant threat of the wild Black rapist and his big black snake that'll make even the purest white woman moan.
Get your ass back in my house.
And them good old boys would stop at nothing to keep those mangy moon cricket claws off Bessie's milky white skin. And if that meant they had to fabricate rape narratives, so be it. Them boys were running wild, So wild that after Grant won the presidency, he sent the military down south to corral the Klan and their cronies. This act is monumental for being possibly the first time the American government intervened against whites for the protection of so-called blacks. After the military was sent by Grant, the Klan was thwarted, but was not completely destroyed. The members were still out there pulling stunts, but their power had been greatly diminished. This marks the end of the first KKK era. However, the Klan would rise again. Who were these so-called black people being terrorized by the Klan? The conventional belief was that all these black people who had formerly been enslaved were Africans. But was that true? For context, we are referring to the so-called colored people from Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Louisiana. The most pressing question would be, if all of these so-called black people were transported from Africa, by what means did they reach the Deep South? Is there any evidence in the transatlantic slave trade database that the number of people representative of the black population in the Deep South went through any of the ports in that area? The largest slave trading port in this area was New Orleans. And there are a few others. But to put these statistics in context, according to the database, less than 10,000 Africans disembarked at the port of New Orleans throughout the entirety of the slave trade, from as early as 1719 to 1860. But the black population in the South was in the millions. Are we really supposed to believe that the millions of Negroes in the Deep South were descended from just a couple of thousand Africans recorded in the database? As mentioned previously, the largest slave ports were on the east coast of the United States. Places like Maryland, Virginia, and New York had the highest number of slaves entering and exiting through their ports. And cities like Charleston and Savannah were the closest major ports in the Deep South. And yet that location is nowhere close to the millions of so-called Negroes along the Mississippi. And to assume that a shipment of Africans could arrive at Charleston and then trek over 1,000 miles across the country, over the Appalachian Mountains, and to the river by slave traders is an asinine, Assa 10, Assa 11 assumption. These people who were enslaved had always lived on the land, but were eventually pushed out, first by the French, prior to the French-Indian War, and then later the British, and then the Americans after the Revolution. The majority of these people enslaved in the Deep South were descendants of the tribes along the Mississippi, like the Natchez, the Chitimacha, the Choctaw, the Creek, and Chickasaw, just to name a few. Any scholastic citation that accounts these people along the Mississippi River as African is patently false and cannot be substantiated by any historical documentation or even in the transatlantic slave trade database. The Klan would rise again after the release of quite possibly the first blockbuster movie of all time, The Birth of a Nation, by D.W. Griffith. The movie glorifies the Klan and promoted the idea that Klansmen were heroes protecting the sanctity of white purity from the savage Negro. The picture has been described by film critics as possibly the most racist movie of all time, but also one of the greatest works of early cinematography, a masterpiece of racism. Racism and politics are a central theme of the movie. But also another recurring theme is the renegade Negro rapist. In the movie, Southern whites are portrayed as being unfairly treated by the newly installed Union government, promoting the idea that the poor whites were denied the right to vote while blacks unfairly stuffed the ballot box. Welcome back to Charlatan's Web. Quote, The Birth of a Nation is a 1915 American silent epic drama film directed by D.W. Griffith and starring Lillian Gish. The screenplay is adapted from Thomas Dixon Jr.'s 1905 novel and play, The Klansman. Griffith co-wrote the screenplay with Frank E. Woods and produced the film with Harry Aitken. The Birth of a Nation is a landmark of film history, lauded for its technical virtuosity. It is the first non-serial American 12-reel film ever made. Its plot, part fiction and part history, chronicles the assassination of Abraham Lincoln by John Wilkes Booth and the relationship of two families in the Civil War and Reconstruction eras over the course of several years. The pro-Union Northern Stonemans and the pro-Confederacy Southern Camerons. It was originally shown in two parts, separated by an intermission, and it was the first American-made film to have a musical score for an orchestra. It helped pioneer close-ups and fade-outs, and it includes a carefully staged battle sequence with hundreds of extras, made to look like thousands. It came with a 13-page souvenir program. It was the first motion picture to be screened inside the White House, viewed there by President Woodrow Wilson, his family, and members of his cabinet. Woodrow Wilson, by the way, a staunch racist and supporter of the Ku Klux Klan. The film was controversial even before its release and has remained so ever since. It has been called the most controversial film ever made in the United States and the most reprehensibly racist film in Hollywood history. The film has been denounced for its racist depiction of African Americans. The film portrays its black characters, many of whom are played by white actors in blackface, as unintelligent and sexually aggressive toward white women. The Ku Klux Klan, a white supremacist far-right hate group, is portrayed as a heroic force that protects white women and maintains white supremacy. Popular among white artists nationwide upon its release, the film's success was both a consequence and a contributor to racial segregation throughout the United States. The film's success was both a consequence and a contributor to racial segregation throughout the United States. In response to the film's depictions of Black people in Civil War history, African Americans across the United States organized and protested. In Boston and other localities, Black leaders in the NAACP spearheaded an unsuccessful campaign to have it banned on the basis that it inflamed racial tensions and could incite violence. And this is in 1915. So this is one of the first national campaigns that drew attention to the NAACP. It was also denied release in the state of Ohio and the cities of Chicago, Denver, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Minneapolis. Griffith's indignation at efforts to censor or ban the film motivated him to produce Intolerance the following year. A 2023 study found that screenings of the film during its original release were linked to a spike in racist violence. So when the white boys saw this movie, they was ready to go turn up. The Birth of a Nation was a massive commercial success across the nation, grossing far more than any previous motion picture, and it profoundly influenced both the film industry and American culture. Adjusted for inflation, the film remains one of the highest grossing films ever made. It has been acknowledged as an inspiration for the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan, which we will talk about coming up, which took place only a few months after its release. It popularized the Klan so much, there was a rebirth in membership, which took place only a few months after its release. In 1992, the Library of Congress deemed the film culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant and selected it for preservation in the National Film Registry. So the main point that I want to make here is to show that the release of Birth of a Nation, initially labeled The Klansman, actually caused a spike in membership and the revival or rebirth of the Klan. So right now, I want to go over a quick synopsis of the movie so you understand what the movie's about. And then we're going to look at a couple of scenes from the movie, as long as YouTube doesn't shut the video down. I believe since this movie's in the National Film Registry, I should be able to use it in my video. Part 1, Civil War of the United States. Phil, the elder son of the Stonemans, a northern family, falls in love with Margaret Cameron, the daughter of a southern family, during a visit to the Cameron estate in South Carolina. There, Margaret's brother Ben idolizes a picture of Elsie Stoneman, Phil's sister. When the Civil War arrives, the young men of both families enlist in their respective armies. The younger Stoneman and two of the Cameron brothers die in combat.
What you do, you play both sides of war. You fund both sides. That way you can't lose, you know? Your investment is going to go far. You see how they said both? You know what I'm saying? These people playing both sides.
Combat. Meanwhile, a black militia attacks the Cameron home and is routed by Confederate soldiers who save the Cameron women. Oh, those heroic Confederate soldiers, leading to the final charge at the Siege of Petersburg. Ben Cameron earns the nickname of the Little Colonel, but is also wounded and captured. He is then taken to a Union military hospital in Washington, D.C. During his stay at the hospital, he learns that he will be hanged. They took him to the hospital to hang him. Seems like a waste of a hospital visit. Working there as nurse is Elsie Stoneman. What? Elsie Stoneman is a nurse up in that piece? Whose picture he has been carrying. He's been carrying this whole picture the whole time. And she just happened to be there at the hospital. Serendipity, my Nick.
Right.
Elsie takes Cameron's mother, who traveled there to tend to her son and to see Abraham Lincoln. Mrs. Cameron persuades him to pardon Ben. After Lincoln's assassination, his conciliatory post-war policy expires with him. Elsie's father and other radical Republicans are determined to punish the South. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Part 2, Reconstruction. Stoneman and his protege, Silas Lynch, a psychopathic mulatto, head to South Carolina. So later on, we'll find out the character Silas Lynch is based off R.H. Gleaves. And remember, R.H. Gleaves was the prominent South Carolina free colored man who was also a prominent Prince Hall Freemason.
Cool.
And in particular, the state of South Carolina is what this film focuses on, as well as the focus of the Klan violence during the late 1860s, in which Ulysses S. Grant had to send the military. He sent the military to South Carolina. Reason being, we had all of these free colored men and mulattoes and some black men who had actually been elected to positions such as lieutenant governor and Congress. R.H. Gleaves is being portrayed in this film by the character Silas Lynch, a quote-unquote psychopathic mulatto. Part of this character is based off Alonzo Ranzier, who was also a politician, lieutenant governor, and or congressman, similar to R.H. Gleaves. And let's not forget, these men in South Carolina and Mississippi and other states in the South were elected at least 50 years before Adam Clayton Powell was elected to represent Harlem. Stoneman and his protege, Silas Lynch, a psychopathic mulatto, head to South Carolina to observe the implementation of Reconstruction policies. During the election in which Lynch is elected lieutenant governor, black people stuff the ballot boxes, while many white people are denied the vote. How did that happen? The newly elected members of the South Carolina legislature were mostly black. Inspired by observing white children pretending to be ghosts to scare black children, Ben fights back by forming the Ku Klux Klan. What? Inspired by white children pretending to be ghosts to scare black children. That's a hell of an inspiration. There are a few schools of thought about where exactly the white hood came from. And it seems as though in the early days of the Klan, they were just using sheets. And at some point, it became a pointed hood. So honestly, the costume that the hood fits best with is the capriote, a Christian pointed hat of conical form that is used in Spain and Hispanic countries by members of a confraternity of penitents, particularly those of the Catholic Church. It is part of the uniform of such brotherhoods, including the...
Y'all see that? You see how the white people took that? They took the uniform. They took the swastika. They take the Confederate flag, everything they take. And they try to make it seem like it's a symbol of hate or something, or them hating you, and that's not even true, man. That's not even true. It's all indoctrination, man.
Nazarenos and the Pharisios. Oh, really? The Nazarenos and the Pharisios. Capriote are warned by penitents so that attention is not drawn toward themselves as they repent, but instead to God. So you mean to tell me a nigga with a big, pointed, white, blue, green hood over his face with the eyes cut out is meant not to draw attention to himself? So the Capriote is like the closest thing to the Klan hood. But you know, we'll go with D.W. Griffith. Inspired by white children pretending to be ghosts to scare black children. As a result, Elsie breaks up with him. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, you want to do that? Well, I'm going to break up with you. All right. Oh, so kids inspire you, nigga? The little niggas is inspiring you and shit, but I can't inspire you? Nigga, I'm out. While going off alone into the woods to fetch water, Flora Cameron is followed by Gus, a freedman and a soldier, who is now a captain. Gus says that he desires to marry Flora. Uninterested, she rejects him, but Gus keeps insisting. Frightened, she flees into the forest pursued by Gus. Trapped on a precipice, Flora threatens to jump if he comes any closer. When he does, she leaps to her death. While looking for Flora, Ben sees her jump and holds her as she dies. He then carries her body to the Cameron home. In response, the Klan hunts down Gus, tries him, finds him guilty, lynches him, and delivers his corpse to the home of Silas Lynch. After discovering Gus's murder, Lynch orders a crackdown on the Klan. He also secures the passing of legislation allowing mixed-race marriages. Oh, shit now. There's a legal loophole for Betsy to get her white dress all dirty and brown. Dr. Cameron is arrested for possessing Ben's Klan regalia, now considered a capital crime. Oh, Silas Lynch wasn't playing. He is rescued by Phil Stoneman and some of his black servants. What? The Stonemans came to... Whoa. Together with Margaret Cameron, they flee. When their wagon breaks down, they make their way through the woods to a small hut that is home to two former Union soldiers who agreed to hide them. Congressman Stoneman, Elsie's father, leaves to avoid being connected with Lynch's crackdown. Elsie, learning of Dr. Cameron's arrest, visits Lynch to plead for his release. Lynch, who lusts after Elsie, tries to force her to marry him. Oh, shit. We've got the psychopathic mulatto lusting for a white woman. Lynch, who lusts after Elsie, tries to force her to marry him, which causes her to faint. Oh, no, not Silas Lynch. No. Stoneman returns, calling Elsie to be placed in another room. At first, Stoneman is happy when Lynch says he wants to marry a white woman. But he is then angered when Lynch says he wishes to marry Elsie. She breaks the window and cries for help, getting the attention of undercover Klanman spies. Oh, shit. The Klan gathered together with Ben leading them. Fucking Ben Cameron, bro. Ride in to gain control of the town. When the news about Elsie reaches Ben, he and others go to her rescue. Lynch, the psychopathic mulatto based off R.H. Cleaves, is captured while his militia attacks the hut where the Camerons are hiding. However, the Klansmen, with Ben at their head, save them. Aww. The next election day, black men find a line of mounted and armed Klansmen outside their homes and are intimidated into not voting. Margaret Cameron marries Phil Stoneman, and Elsie Stoneman marries Ben Cameron. Oh. And I guess the niggas live happily ever after. End quote. Charlatan's Web. Now that we got the gist of the movie, let's take a look at a couple of these scenes, because they are fucking hilarious. to get an idea of the plot, we're just going to go through a couple of scenes because this shit is hilarious. It's kind of like a history lesson and a comedy lesson all at the same time. Also a film lesson. So in chronological order, we're going to go through some of these scenes in the movie. And you'll notice that there'll be a lot of characters in blackface when we talk about the blackface of white power. In this example, it's actually blackface. It's white people in blackface. And this is one of the opening scenes of the movie. And you see here, this Mammy character. Look at this nigga right here. White people in blackface playing black people looked crazy. Looking like a man. I mean, straight up white Tyler Perry vibes. That's crazy. Now, this is the scene where the dude's been carrying around the picture of Elsie Stoneman. There were a lot of black extras in the movie, but you'll also have the white people in blackface. And that's actually the most ridiculous aspect of the entire movie. So you'll see an actual colored person, and then you'll see a white person in blackface. And most of the time when they're using a white person in blackface, it's because they're getting more screen time. They're not considered an extra. This is the scene where old boy got put in the hospital, and it just so happens to be at the same hospital where Elsie Stoneman's working. Now remember, Elsie Stoneman is the little chick who he was carrying the picture for. She just happens to be the hospital piccolo player. This bitch is the hospital piccolo player. She's the hospital banjo player, apparently. And so then the nigga's like, so he's like, oh shit. He wakes up. He like, oh shit. Is that the bitch been carrying her picture around this whole time? Like, bitch, I got your picture in my pocket, bitch. I got your picture in my pocket, bitch. You are, and you playing the piccolo in the hospital, bitch? Let's
But
go.
that nigga is a stalker. What, he was stalking the chick? What
I thought that was weird. I know they said he ended up in the same in the same hospital that she worked at. Like, yeah, right, bro. Come on, bro. Well, he was.
Yeah, but what he doing? What he doing with her photo though? What? As a matter of fact, what year was this? They had photos. What he doing with her photo though? Well, they did have photos. They try to lie and say they didn't, because they did have photo things where they could take photos and or people that knew how to draw.
Facts.
Picture photography. I forgot what they call that shit.
Yeah, he is stalking this broad, man. But see,
gotta be.
I like how you brought it up too, though. There was a clan on the north and the south, and I like how
it was.
And I like how you broke it down because they got that shit from the Spain and shit, the Spain people, Spanians.
Yeah, he broke that down. Yeah. Didn't I tell you, Frank? Didn't I tell you this north and south, east and west war shit was foreign, and they brought it here? I told you they brought this shit here.
Facts. That does make sense and shit.
To this day, we still talk about the east versus the west, or the north versus the south, the northern niggas versus the southern niggas, or the southern hospitality versus the northern, arrogance or whatever. That's still stigma. That's still here. That's still, a thing to this day.
North and the south.
The east. The east. The east is. They're more up on everything. They're supposed to get everything fast and quicker. The far west you go, the slower things are, That's still a stigma to this day.
It is a stigma on track. Exactly what that shit is. Everything they use, man, they use against it is a stigma.
I had your picture in my pocket, bitch. So when you tell the bitch that he got her picture in his pocket, right? And then he pulls the picture out, and then she's looking at the picture. What is she thinking? Is she thinking, man, this shit is romantic as fuck? This nigga been carrying my picture around. Or is she thinking, this nigga creepy as what is she thinking right now? She's not weirded out. There's no weirdo vibes. Nigga just carrying your picture in his pocket. That's not his girl, by the way. That's not his girl. That's the Stoneman girl? Shit, boy. Can't believe that shit.
Yeah, so what's the slim with the picture though? Where'd he get the picture from? Is this
I know, huh?
So hold on, who was her family again? They was some rich people, some shit, right?
Yep.
What the a known family. So he must have seen her. I'm thinking he must have seen her photo. He had to get a photo from the family, something from the right. He must have stole the photo. I was like, oh, see, this is right. These are the early stages of this stalker. He's a stalker. He was a stalker, bro. That nigga was a stalker, yo. Boy, playing Frank. That nigga is a stalker, bro.
White people doing it, I'm telling you.
Ted Bundy. The nigga Ted Bundy before Ted Bundy. Come on now.
That was weird, bro. That's why she was looking like that. Like, why you got your picture? Why the picture of me? You know what I'm saying? She was looking like that. Like, what the fuck? Man.
That nigga's about to catch her. Put you in the back of that van, nigga.
Man, the one with no windows or what?
With no windows in that mud, bro.
Bro.
Right.
But yeah, these you know, this was all Masonic, man.
Yeah.
So that lets you know the government, they're keeping these people around. You know, they're keeping the Klan around. They will never go away. You got prominent members of you know what I'm saying, Congress and politics that are in the Klan. So that shit ain't gonna go away. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, hell no.
Like he said earlier, it's a political party.
Yeah, they just went from being that type of Klan. They just created the FBI, the CIA, you know, these different other little agency facets. They still are those militias. Because that's all the FBI is militia.
Militia.
It's a federally recognized militia. CIA, what is it? A militia. They go around, spying on people, collecting intel. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. I mean, you know.
Collect. You see that?
That's what the Ku Klux Klan was. They went around, spied on people, created chaos, disorderly conduct, you know, tyranny, terrorism. Mainly, like you said, to destroy business and deter you from becoming what political for you getting any political get into politics. Because what's the key thing in America and like to erase commerce, keep you from, you know, the business.
Operating in that motherfucker, right.
The business controls the politicians, and the politicians create the policies for the business.
Facts.
That's the motto. That's the whole motto. Anybody can try to argue that up and down if they want to.
Facts, bro. I'm gonna play a little more of this, and I'm gonna go
Me, nigga.
to that other.
Yeah, man. I've been carrying this and now they gonna hang me? So I think the mama went to Lincoln or Joe Biden, either one of those niggas, and got a pardon for your boy. So he's no longer being hanged. Which means him and Elsie, the picture in your pocket, bitch, they got a chance for love. They got a chance for love now. They show the entire assassination scene of Abraham Lincoln. They got the nigga John Wilkes Booth in the shadows, got his little gun and shit. Basically, they said the nigga who was supposed to be watching the door, he done dipped off to try to watch the plane shit. This is when Wilkes Booth snuck in there.
Yeah, right.
This nigga was trying to see the show. But they clapped that nigga up too. And the nigga jumped down. He was like, Six Semper Tyrannis, nigga. Six Semper Tyrannis, nigga. They told that nigga Stoneman. Stoneman's like, oh, shit. What now? What are we gonna do? They done killed the president. What we gonna do? What we gonna do, Mr. Stoneman? What we gonna do now? The white men were roused by a mere instinct of self-preservation until at last there had sprung into existence a great Ku Klux Klan. And here go this nigga Stoneman and Silas Lynch said, I shall make this man Silas Lynch as a symbol of his race, the peer of any white man living. The peer of any white man living. The nigga Woodrow Wilson like, them niggas can't be our peers. So now after the emancipation you see here, so hey, them niggas is dancing, niggas is run amok. Right, those are actual Negroes in this scene right
They
here.
burnt out, bro.
Ain't no blackface because somebody had to dance. I don't know, that one right there in the back, the one clapping, he might be in blackface. The Freedmen's Bureau, the niggers getting free supplies. The charity of a generous North misused to delude the ignorant. The niggas is getting free supplies. Government whores. This nigga got a hat from the government, my nigga. Now when a white man walks down the street, he's gotta watch out. Right here, they all happy, they feeling good and shit. So boy, watch out, white boy. I fuck you up. Slap the shit out your ass, boy. And all them niggas was like, ha 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 ha. This nigga Silas gonna come in real quick. This nigga Silas like, hey, this sidewalk belongs to us as much as it does to you, Colonel Cameron. No, this is a white man sidewalk. This nigga Silas Lynch is the psychopathic mulatto, by the way. As described by the niggas on Wikipedia. There's a bunch of white girl flailing in this movie, man. All the white bitches is like, ooh, ooh, all over the goddamn movie. Ooh, 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 flailing ass bitches, boy. I'm talking about them white bitches is flailing all over this bitch.
Sorry about that. Why does he always do that?
Call that nigga Silas Lynch a traitor to his white patron and a greater traitor to his own people.
Like they had that power.
He plans to lead by an evil way to build himself a throne of vaulting power.
Sniffing that powder,
Money
Frank. Oh, that wacky tobacco back then.
Oh yeah.
Sneaking in that wacky tobacco.
I'm telling you.
But they dancing.
I'm telling you, man. But this, I see the stereotypes, man. They doing that with us right now. They got the Love and Hip Hop. They got all these stereotypical shows.
Yeah, minstrel site. Yeah, the minstrel. What they call it, the minstrel?
Minstrel show.
Yeah, man.
I like how you said it's a minstrel cycle. All it is shit at the end of the day, man.
Boy.
It's nasty at the end of the day. You coming? It's bloody, baby. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know, you ain't gonna see, Creek Jews or anybody like that do their people like that, dude. You ain't gonna see no race, But see, these foreigners, Shade Room and all these motherfuckers, they're foreigners. And Love and Hip Hop, that lady's a Haitian, so
Hungry half-breed. These are legitimate black actors in this scene where it's showing the South Carolina House of Representatives. You see this nigga up front, this nigga sleep. You see these niggas are all riled up. And they looking in like, oh man, look at those niggas, man. They're all rabble roused. Stoneman's the guest of honor amongst all the niggas. Now you see here Silas Lynch, R.H. Gleaves. He's like, yes, y'all my niggas. So not a lot of white face here. Authentic Negroes. A lot more authentic Negroes, right? I wonder when this nigga's talking right here, like, what is he saying? Tired of all them ass niggas. Tired of all you ass niggas. What's he saying right there? I'm tired of all them ass niggas. Tired of all them ass niggas. Silas Lynch, the champion of the Negro. So this is the election day scene here. All blacks are given the ballot while the leading whites are disenfranchised. All blacks are given the ballot while the leading whites are disenfranchised. Those damn niggers taking all the votes from the good old whites. This is the scene where the Negroes are stuffing the ballot boxes. Receiving the returns, the Negroes and the carpetbaggers sweep the state. Scallywags were Southerners who supported the Republican
Scallywags.
Party. And carpetbaggers were Northerners who came to the South to support the Republican Party. Both of these are supposed to be slurs or pejorative terms. So the niggas are celebrating their victory. You can see here that all the white people are afraid now. As soon as Silas Lynch is elected, all of a sudden, the niggas start to go crazy. And that was already actually going crazy before. That boy Silas got elected. Them niggas is out here in the streets talking all kinds of shit to them white boy. White boy, I'll fuck you up. You better get the off the sidewalk, white boy. The riot in the Masters Hall, the Negro Party in control in the State House of Representatives, 101 blacks against 23 whites, session of 1871. An historical facsimile of the House of State Representatives of South Carolina, as it was in 1870, after a photograph by the Columbia State. 101 to 23? All kind of nigga up in that motherfucker, boy. You see these niggas is up here in the damn Masters Hall acting a damn fool. My nigga getting his little drink on. Niggas doing nigga things. You feel me? Now, this nigga took his shoe off. See, that's some old other right there. Now my nigga eating chicken and yelling. You know what I'm saying? See, these niggas is out of control. I understand.
Why niggas taking his shoes off?
The white purity.
What the hell?
Man, look at these niggas. These niggas is out of control. The speaker rules that all session of 1871.
Why you take his funky shoe off, man?
And historical facts of
them
the
motherfuckers
House of State Representatives of South Carolina, as it was in 1870, after a photograph by the Columbia State. 101 to 23? All kind of nigga up in that motherfucker, boy. You see these niggas is up here in the damn Masters Hall acting a damn fool. My nigga getting his little drink on.
What?
Niggas doing nigga things. You feel me? Now, this nigga took his shoe off. See, that's some old other right there. Now my nigga eating chicken and yelling. You know what I'm saying? See, these niggas is out of control. I understand why they wanted to get the white purity. I mean, look at these niggas. These niggas is out of control. The speaker rules that all. Yes, nigga, y'all gotta wear shoes up in here, bro.
Well, hold on. Was them the real niggas or was them, like you said, were those whites in blackface portraying the niggas? Because I remember he was saying something about that. I can't really see it. I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be the real ones, and I think they outnumbered got voted outnumbered to the whites.
Right, in South Carolina area, okay.
All whites must salute Negro officers in the streets. Oh, y'all, yes, sir. Hey, white boy, you see me over here, you better motherfucker salute. This nigga Gus he been on one the whole movie, right? He's staring at the little white girl. She's staring at the squirrel and shit. This nigga, what's the name? Flora? This nigga Gus is like, I'm a captain now, bitch. That's what's up, bitch. I'm a captain now. I want to marry you. I see what I want. Let me get that. And she like, no, Gus, no. Commence the chase, bitch. Come here, bitch. Now, this nigga Gus right here is one of the most ridiculous looking niggas throughout the whole movie. She said, no, Gus. Now this nigga Gus chasing the bitch through the woods, through the forest, over the hill, and through the woods to grandmama's house. He done chased the bitch up a fucking mountain. This bitch like, no, Gus. Leave me alone, Gus. I don't want that. I don't want you. All right, I'm a pure white woman, all right? I'll never let the hands of a dirty Negro touch my milky white skin. Get away, Gus. Get away, Gus. Stay away, Gus, or I'll jump. I have yet to flail. I have yet to flail, Gus. Bitch. Come here, bitch. Let me get some of that. I told you I'm a captain now, bitch. I got benefits. Even if you jump, I can get that cover because, I got benefits, bitch. I'm making a little money, bitch. Your man broke, bitch. What you mean? Say, bitch, you ain't finna jump off no fucking cliff, bitch. Ooh! Ooh! This bitch really jumped. Damn, bitch, you really jumped. This bitch jumped. Look at that. Waste of a perfectly good bitch. Oh, stupid asshole. Should have gave me some. Your stupid ass would be alive. Just jumped off the mountain. She said, nigga, you will not touch me. I will jump off this cliff, nigga. Back up. Jump off the motherfucking mountain, motherfucker. This bitch said I would rather jump off.
Nigga. He said he jumped off the motherfucking cliff.
That is crazy, though. Damn, they got, and that just shows that. See, that's just shows have that much hatred. Don't breathe with these motherfuckers.
They let it die for it, then they get to touch it.
Kill yourself before you fuck with one of these motherfuckers, man. That's what that's saying.
Ooh, boy.
Before you fuck with a black man, man. Straight up. That's the what I take out of it. Damn, bro. Motherfuckers be obsessed with us and shit. That's kind of weird, man. What I'm saying, Shaq? Low key, man.
Off the cliff and let a nigga touch me. Damn. That bitch took her purity very seriously. The sanctity of her coochie to extreme proportions. No, nigga, you will not touch me, nigga. I will jump off this motherfucking cliff before I let you get anywhere close to me. You dirty, dirty nigger. He's like, oh my God, what happened? What happened? The bitch said, the nigger pushed me. The nigger was chasing me through the woods. The nigger was chasing me through the woods. He just wanted my twat, but I ain't letting him have it. I jumped the cliff. I got up there. I got up there and the nigger pushed me. He's like, oh man, these niggers are out of control. We got white bitches jumping off cliffs. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? I got white bitches jumping off fucking cliffs. And then this motherfucker say, for her, who this nigga thought he was bad too. He's like, oh yeah, come on now. We pick this nigga up. Now he throw him outside and he's sitting down gently now. As far as hard as you hit that nigga with the bottle, he sit that nigga down gently as fuck, right? And then he gets shot in the back. And then he like, Gus, finish him off, Gus. Pow! Gus killed this nigga.
They stupid, bro. This dude crazy, man. Shout out to UBTV, man. Y'all check out, like and subscribe, man. To UBTV, man. I'm gonna play something else with a couple of more things, man. That dude was hilarious, bro. All right, so let's go into the update on this dude, Robert Brooks' death, man.
Attacking him. 13 Wham's Carly Miner spoke with the Brooks family attorney today. Carly?
Yeah, well, the attorney tells me more than a dozen correctional officers and 2 nurses were suspended without pay, while 1 other officer quit.
To beat a helpless person who's been restrained like that and to murder him is clearly...
See, Shaq, why is nobody arrested yet, bro? This has been like a month, bro. Over a month. Shaq, this has been a while, bro. Why has nobody been arrested yet? You know what I'm saying, Shaq? What is the message that they sending, Shaq? You know what I'm saying? Shaq, what do you think the message they sending, man? You know what I'm saying?
You niggas don't matter.
Facts.
White power.
Jeez, facts, man. Like, I mean, and see, the thing is, I mean, they were cops, they were correction officers, but they're not even like, they're correction officers, bro. I don't understand, like, so I guess they're held to the same standard. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, nothing gets done, bro. To be honest with you, Shaq, this has been getting old. For years, this has been old, bro. This has been getting very old. You know what I'm saying, Shaq?
Yeah, the fact that we still in 2025 and still, it still is not a clear cut example of so-called justice, criminality,
right,
tyranny, terrorism, hate. Damn.
Right, man. You notice that? You peeped that? Right, I peeped it, man. And they talking about, oh, it's been 2020, it's 2020 something, man. Times have changed. Have they really? Have they really?
The same thing's been going on, man.
It's the same thing, bro. It's just different times, man. History repeats itself, man. And that's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? To keep people down, man. You see what I'm saying? To keep, you know what I'm saying? To keep us feeling a certain way about ourselves. Hell. You know? That's facts.
again, a wake-up call.
Attorney Stephen Schwartz tells me throughout his career, he's represented a fair number of prison cases in the courtroom.
But allegations of physical and emotional abuse, most of the time, it's very difficult to prove those.
And now Schwartz is representing the family of...
Damn, Frank.
He had it on camera. What are you talking about, bro? So you got to timestamp the shit. You got to get it on camera. You got to get it recorded. You got to have two witnesses right there, Shaq. You feel me? Like, what's really good? But when it's somebody white, bro, it's not the same thing. Let's just be honest. If this was somebody white being done like this, bro, they probably wouldn't even have showed the shit, Shaq. You feel me?
Oh no, it'd have been it definitely would have been blocked out. It'd have been,
They wouldn't have showed
you
that
know,
shit.
they probably would have had screenshots. They'd have blocked it out.
These white motherfuckers, oh man, you know, we get this happens to this and that, man. You know, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But see, that's one of the tricks of the psychological operation is to show these imageries and to traumatize.
Yep.
That's one of them.
They try to say more of them. Well, more of us get killed by the police. Why don't they never show it then, idiot? You never ask.
What does that matter though? What does that matter when we talk about individual situations going on? What does that have? That is no relevance. There's no relevance. There's no relevance to the circumstance, bro. What does that got to do with it? We talking about this specific incident. Y'all get to pick and choose what's an isolated incident and what's not.
Facts.
When y'all say when these cops do, y'all always say, "Oh, well, not all cops." All right, we're not talking about all cops. We're talking about this particular incident.
Facts.
So let's focus on what's going on in this situation.
Facts.
They know that shit, bro. So that's a deflection. Motherfuckers do that. They try to deflect.
Super deflection.
And they show you their biasness and their immatureness.
Facts.
Rochester native Robert Brooks, whose death has been ruled a homicide.
The cause of death
How's it ruled a homicide and nothing? So who the perpetrators that killed him aren't locked up yet, bro? Just because they're police? Come on, man. I don't know, man. That's why I already know none of these motherfuckers, you know, the Congress, the House, none of these motherfuckers, they, you know, these state governors, they're not gonna pass nothing, you know, with police, you know, qualified immunity, nothing like that. They're not gonna do nothing like that. They're not gonna pass nothing to where it's gonna really hold these cops accountable, man. And he's, you know, it doesn't. Nah, these cops, they keep doing this shit for a reason, man. Motherfuckers know that they're not gonna get in trouble. That's the whole point. You feel what I'm saying, Shaq?
Mm-hmm.
It's the hatred and all that, and the evil and all that too. But they do it constantly because they know nothing's gonna happen, man. Yeah, the regular motherfucker do something, man. They make an example out your ass, boy. Them PPP loans, they made an example out them niggas. They locked all the motherfuckers up, right? What? Right? And that was just some you know what I'm saying? Like more like, I guess they call it criminal, but kind of more civil. And if you think about it, you know what I'm saying? But then they're gonna call it fraud, so they're gonna call it white collar. You know what I'm saying? But see, these people do more white collar and more blue collar crime than anybody else, Shaq. You feel me? That's the point.
Compression of the neck and blunt trauma injuries to the rest of the body. That is, again, very consistent with everything we see on the video of the body cam from the corrections officers.
The video shows Brooks suffering a brutal attack on December 9th, 2024, at the hands of several Marcy correctional officers. He was beaten for nearly
Why did it take so long to put the video out, man?
10 minutes while handcuffed on a medical examination table. Brooks died the following day.
We have filed two cases, one in the federal court against the individuals involved, as well as a number of their supervisors, and one against the state of New York.
Brooks was incarcerated in 2017 after pleading guilty to felony assault after he stabbed his then-girlfriend several times in Greece. Brooks was halfway through his 12-year sentence when he was transferred from the Mohawk Correctional Facility to Marcy.
We don't believe that the majority of corrections officers behave this way, but there's a significant minority that do, and they need to be dealt with.
Now, they are all in the process of being served for those involved. And according to Brooks' family attorney, a grand jury is expected to hear evidence in this case. Lowell?
Then so just went straight to the grand. Huh? Damn. Shaq, what do you think about that?
That's what they do, man.
Interesting. Grand jury, huh? You see that grand jury shit, they could not file any charges though, you know? They could look at the evidence below, oh, there's no, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta be careful when it comes down to shit like that too. That's crazy, bro. Let's go into Luigi.
Them, it wasn't even on the table. Somebody
look how these white people talk, Shaq. These same people, that's why these people are so full of shit and so hypocritical. They would not be saying that if it was a black suspect, bro, in any aspect, anything. If a black person kills somebody, bro, especially somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, of their own race or white or whatever the case is, they're not going to have sympathy and empathy for him. They're not going to be like, oh, well, you know, I don't think he's a terrorist. I don't think he should get this and that. I think actually he's a hero. Fucking carrying signs. Oh, yeah, Tyrone or wherever the fuck, you know, his name. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? David or something. You feel what I'm saying, Shaq? The way they, oh man, I don't think, watch. Oh, it's an overreach. Bro. The motherfucking kill somebody, bro. That's it, bro. That's it. And he supposedly waited for him, supposedly was creeping and shit in the darkness or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Y'all make it seem like this dude did some kind of blow. You know what I'm saying? He make it seem like the insurance company's facing some kind of blow or something since dude got killed, bro. It's still business as usual. They're still overcharging people. They're still ripping people off. It ain't nothing changed. Shaq, has anything changed with the damn insurance companies, bro? They make it seem like it was some kind of political blow. Oh, yeah, you know, free Luigi. Oh, well, he did a joke. Well, you know, he's a patriot. Y'all motherfuckers are full of it. When it comes down to white people, bro, I tell you, these people will never hold themselves accountable, bro. That vigilante shit, this shit is just, I don't know, bro. I'm just gonna play a little bit just to show people, you know, how and just to see where Luigi's been at, man. Where Luigi been at? It's been like 2 months. Nobody been talking about Luigi, right? Unless you know it's suspicious right there. You just leave him out. He just come out. He's just out the news cycle for 2 months.
who allegedly killed a for-profit health insurance industry CEO, the biggest one in the country.
When it's somebody white, allegedly, I get it. When it's somebody black, they don't never use allegedly. Oh, he's a cold-blooded killer. He's a thug.
Purchased a whole lot of politicians on both sides.
I'm not
they want to throw the book at him and give him the death penalty, terrorism charges. That's beyond a slippery slope.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of United Healthcare.
Once again, alleged. Putting the shadow of a doubt on Shaq. Is he putting a lot of doubt on it?
CEO Brian Thompson has broken his silence, and he is thanking supporters for their support, which he says he is overwhelmed and grateful for. This was on a new website for his criminal defense that was created. Let me read this to you. There is other news related to his case, but this is the first time he has spoken from jail publicly. This is Luigi Mangione, legal defense information. The URL is.
We got a letter. We got a fake letter right here, Shaq. Bro, why did it take 2 months, bro? Why did it take all this time, bro?
Luigi Mangione info.com. Homepage. Due to the extraordinary volume of inquiries and the outpouring of support, This site was created and is maintained by Luigi Mangioni's New York legal defense team to provide answers to frequently asked questions, accurate information about his case, and dispel misinformation. The intent is to share factual information regarding the unprecedented multiple prosecutions against him. Here's a message from Luigi. Quote, I am overwhelmed and grateful for everyone who has written me to share their stories and express their support. Powerfully, this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions.
Racial? What the hell is he talking about, bro? It's transcended all those boundaries, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You killed some. I don't think it has. There's a bunch of dumbass people that don't know a psyop and caught up in the psyop, caught up in the basically a false flag. Really, I think it is. Basically got caught up in this, and we sticking up for this dude and on his side just because a CEO got killed because the CEO and the health care company gets over on people. Oh well. You applaud this guy and you cheer him on because he killed a CEO. Bro, this has not struck, like I said for the third time, this has not struck a blow to the damn healthcare company. The healthcare company is business as usual. They still ripping over people, getting over on people, still ripping people off. I don't understand, Shaq. I really don't get this, bro. I don't get it. Like, oh man, look, people just, I don't know, these people just, but I get it. They don't want to take accountability. So this is vigilante justice, right? So they're not going to hold their people accountable. This Luigi looks like them. Luigi could be their brother, you know what I'm saying? Their uncle, their son, their cousin. I get it. You see what I'm saying? But this shit is a psyop though, bro, big time.
As mail has flooded MDC, Metropolitan Detention Center, from across the country and around the globe. While it is impossible for me to reply to most letters, please know that I read every one that I receive.
What do you mean the most letters?
Thank you again to everyone who took the time to write. I look forward to hearing more in the future.
This dude.
Luigi Mangioni. I'm not gonna,
people really
psychoanalyze this, but if you want to, maybe take a guess what the defense of him will be and what some of the themes will be, I do think the fact that he said powerfully this support has transcended political, racial, and even class divisions. Obviously, this statement most likely would have been approved by his legal defense team. I said for a while now, I think his best defense is not insanity or anything like that, but putting the predatory for-profit health insurance industry, which is killing a whole lot more people than Luigi Mangioni allegedly did, put the health insurance industry on trial.
The healthcare industry is killing way more people than he did, bro. All right, I'm good, man. I'm good, bro. I'm done. This is ridiculous, bro. These people are delusional. And this is supposed to be a dude that's not a part of the mainstream media talking that nonsense, bro. That is just, but I get it, dude. They back their people up. They don't hold their people accountable, even when they shoot and kill people and shit. It's not seen. It's not nothing. It's like a day at the park because they're basically telling you they're part of their nature. So I get it. All right.
As I understand it, President Trump has asked for enforcement of this law to be stopped whilst his Attorney General develops a policy. But the steer he's given is very clear. He wants US companies to feel uninhibited by anti-bribery and corruption laws. Now, whether they'll be literally allowed to hand over suitcases of cash, or there'll be certain types of conduct which are made lawful and others which remain criminal, it's yet to see. But it's effectively decriminalizing bribery and corruption.
Right. Now, I want to bring in and say good afternoon to Nick Vamos, who's a former head of special crime at the Crown Prosecution Service and who's now head of business crime at Peters & Peters, the firm. Nick, welcome to you.
Thank you, John.
Now, Nick, I said earlier on, I'd heard of a former senior prosecutor who was upset about Donald Trump's shelving the American Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So now American companies could bribe foreign governments and officials and win contracts with no fear of any prosecution. When I said that, I meant you, Nick. So when we hear the president say, as he did, this is going to mean a lot more business for America, what do you think it means?
Well, on its face, John, and of course, the devil may be in the detail, but on its face, it looks like a complete abandonment of the last 30, 40 years of US policy, which was to try and level the playing field by stamping out overseas bribery and corruption, get everybody to enforce those laws against their own companies, and drive out corruption, which is a scourge on economies around the world. Now, President Trump, in his transactional way, seems to have reached the conclusion that this is disadvantaging US companies. Perhaps he thinks the Chinese are bribing their way around Asia and Africa to get access to rare earth metals and so forth. And therefore he thinks it's not a level playing field and US companies should be allowed to behave in the same way, otherwise they're going to lose the race. And as a lawyer and as a former prosecutor and now a defense lawyer, I think that abandonment of the rule of law and the moral high ground and the sort of the justice, one rule of justice for all is a great shame.
Right.
And it appears to be a politicization of the criminal justice system in keeping with other moves President Trump has made recently.
Right. So abandonment of the rule of law. Do you believe, because you know the field, will this mean, do you think, that bribery and corruption by US companies is going to become widespread when they're seeking foreign contracts?
It's hard to imagine it will become overtly widespread.
Sure.
As I understand it, President Trump has asked for enforcement of this law to be stopped whilst his Attorney General develops a policy. But the steer he's given is very clear. He wants US companies to feel uninhibited by anti-bribery and corruption laws. Now, whether they'll be literally allowed to hand over suitcases of cash, or there'll be certain types of conduct which are made, lawful and others which remain criminal, it's yet to see. But it's effectively decriminalizing bribery and corruption.
Wow. Shaq, what do you think about that, man? That's crazy, bro. I don't care what nobody says. Anyone do it to so-called she comes up with a policy. Yeah, right. Shaq, what do you think about that? That's crazy, huh? All right.
Go to Aldi. They're #1 in everyday low prices.
Now that my yoga studio has a website at Hostinger, anyone can register for classes online. I just update information and upload pictures.
Tonight, a family has closure after a judge sentenced the man who their son to life in prison without parole. We told you back in April, Carlton Guilford randomly two people, one inside a library and the other inside a Quick Trip store. We were in court when the family learned the sentence today, and 2 News Oklahoma's Brody Myers brings us their story. Brody?
Dee Dee Clapp, London Hathcock's mother, spoke on behalf of her son and James McDaniel, who she says has no family around. Clapp and her family are happy to have closure tonight. They say they're leaning on their faith and looking to the positives as much as possible.
I think there was a very, very bright light, and that very bright light was turned out by doing nothing except for being a white man sitting in a library.
Yeah, right.
At the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prosecutors say the shootings were racially motivated. After Guilford Hathcock, he found the next white man at the QT on Pine in Peoria, killed James McDaniel. Police believe Guilford himself sometime on the way to Quick Trip, but survived. He'll be spending the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Claps are forever changed.
You see that, Shaq? They sentenced the black man of a hate crime just because he shot 2 white men. But how do you know he shot them just because they were white, though? Shaq, how do you know he shot these 2 men because they were white, bro? Where's the proof? How could they prove that?
And so are the people who she's thinking of them tonight.
The witnesses that will have to live with the reality of what he did for the rest of their lives and watching it and seeing it.
Tulsa County District Attorney Steve Kunzweiler kept his eyes on
It just
Guilford
happened to
during
happen in Tulsa too, right? Shaq? It just happened to happen in Tulsa. Peep that?
sentencing.
Just hoping that just one moment I might get some sense of the gravity of what he has done and
He did not get his wish.
your definition of a cold-hearted.
With her son gone, Clapp is thankful he was able to donate organs and tissues to enrich the lives of other people.
It helped a 71-year-old man be able to breathe again and move on. Helped a 35-year-old man.
For Kunzweiler, he told us his office wanted to seek the penalty, but a plea deal provided a speedier outcome, bringing closure to the family.
Black man, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Richard Taylor. All praises to the Most High. And this story is about 61-year-old Carlton Guilford. Carlton Guilford was charged initially with 2 counts of first-degree M-words for the acts that you just saw. He was reportedly to walk into the library and shot a 35-year-old London Haycock in the back of the head. Walked out of the library, and according to the clip that you just saw, shot himself. And then he went to a Quick Trip, which is a gas station. And then apparently shot 55-year-old.
How do you shoot yourself and then you shoot
James McDaniel? And when the man shot him, he then shot him again. And reportedly, he just stood there and waited for the cops to come. And when the cops came, he held no qualms about it, telling them, yeah, I did it. And so they initially charged him with just first-degree M-word, right? Then they came back and charged him with a hate crime.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Now, let me say this. This happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Racist ass Tulsa, Oklahoma.
In the Greenwood district.
Interesting.
Now, we all know what happened.
I just said, didn't I just say
in the Greenwood district? And actually, this happened about a month before they were commemorating or celebrating.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how you celebrate.
Dude, not a coincidence, man. Not a
they
coincidence.
were memorializing the 102nd anniversary of
the
all-black Greenwood district that was bombed, destroyed, burned, and many black people lost their lives. Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, I can't remember. I think it was the early 1900s. Yeah, 1919 or something like that. And so this happened in April, like April the 23rd, 2023. By November of that same year, 6 months later, this man was convicted and sentenced to life. Now, first of all, let me say by no means I condone anything that this man did. Bibles is clear.
Allegedly,
not
what he allegedly did.
M-word, right?
Allegedly.
Thou shalt not do that. Thou love thy neighbor as thyself. Do right to those who spitefully use you. But one thing that does stick out to me is they came back and charged this man with the hate crime. Now, articles saying are not saying why did they charge him with the hate crime. Even, the district attorney was, didn't release details of why they came back and added that fact to his charges. And in this area, I did some research in this area of Oklahoma.
What's up, guys? This is Will Witt with PragerU. Today we are on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, California. We're going to be asking people.
There have only been 5 5 hate crimes since the year of 2021. And the hate crimes were reported against a gay person, a Muslim person, an LGBTQ,
or it's the gays,
1 Asian, 1
no
of
black
multiple
people,
races.
no black people.
And then in 2020, they said there was a hate crime against a white person, and the offender was black.
That civil rights shit is bullshit, man.
And
Color of law.
out of all the hate crimes that have been charged in this particular area of America, none of them have been charged, or none of the victims have been black people. And that's what sticks out to me about this hate crime bill that has been legislated. All of the actions that we have seen since the bill hasn't been enacted against black people. You know, you see Chinese people beating black people out of the stores, you know, store clerks unaliving black people in cold blood, you know, Daniel Penny choking my man out on the subway. And we can go on and on and on about the crimes that have been committed against black people that are clearly hate crimes, but nobody gets charged.
Very interesting. He's right.
And now you have this.
See, that's the whole point, to not charge them. That's the whole point. You see what I'm saying? To send a message and the dog whistle to these people, to the white people. You see what I'm saying? All that hate crime stuff and all that civil rights stuff was not intended for us, man. To be honest with you, it was not intended for us. I'm telling you, it's not intended for us, man. All that, what's the affirmative action? All that stuff is a smokescreen, man, to represent everybody else but us.
Man, now and you saw the news article classify them as randomly shooting people.
Wow.
No, he didn't scream out. You know, the witnesses never said he screamed out, you know, I hate white people or black power or power to. None of that is documented in any of the accounts of the incident. But yet and still, they are quick to throw the hate crime on this man. Now, also, just take a look at this man. Let's look at this man. This is 61-year-old Carlton Guilford. Just look at him. Now, I do work in the mental health field, and I've been on the streets and been around people long enough to see when something is clearly not right with that man.
Right.
There's definitely, I wouldn't consider it a hate issue. I would consider it a mental health issue, right. Maybe a substance abuse issue, right. Something. But that man, just looking at him, he's looking off to the side, not even looking at the camera. Something is definitely wrong with him, you know, mentally, you know, and the fact that they had the trial, you know, they think about it. In 6 months, there are trials still. I just did a story,
what's going on,
you know, about 2 Caucasian people unaliving a black man from 2022. They have still yet to be brought to trial under their hate crime. And they were charged with hate crime.
Wow.
But this happened in 6 months, like swift, immediate, and harsh retribution.
Correct.
For this hate crime. And so my thing is that just listening to the prosecutor, you know, the white man, you know, it was said that, you know, during the trial, the man was just sitting there twiddling his thumbs and never looked up.
Wow.
And the prosecutor's talking about in one article, while I was hoping to get some sort of
death penalty,
you know, look of contrition or look of remorse from him, but I got nothing. So, you know, he's a cold-blooded M-word, as you heard him say. obvious to me something is wrong with this guy. And it seems like they rushed the trial, you know, to get him hurry up and convicted. But the fact that, you know, and the family in one article was talking about we have to get past race, and, you know, these people are, you know, expired just because, you know, they were white and in the wrong place and at the wrong time. And once again, my heart goes out to anybody who loses a loved one in that manner.
People's full of shit.
But what about when the tables are turned? Where is the swift, immediate, and exact retribution? Where is the labeling of the hate crime bill when the roles are reversed? I don't really see that in some or a lot of the incidents that, you know, we have covered. And so for the Tulsa, Oklahoma district attorney, you saw him, Mr. Hasenwilder or Rockweiler, whatever his name is. He never specified what made him put the hate crime charges on, you know, Mr. Guilford, who, once again, in my humble lay opinion, from my assertion that, you know, he's something, you know, is off with him. And so, nevertheless, he did get life. You know, the family is satisfied, and, you know, I guess the courts are satisfied. But, you know, this is something that caught my attention because, you know, they did not hesitate to give this man, you know, a hate crime. But how many other instances where Black people have been harmed and they are quick to say, where race had nothing to do with it? Just like the story you're going to see about the teenage boy who attempted to drown his classmate. They say race had nothing to do with it. So this is interesting to me.
Man, shout out to Taylor House Publishing. Shout out to check out his channel. Salute. You know what I'm saying? About to get off here, man. Go look in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Dog Boss that came on Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Good looking out. Salute. Shit, I might do a show, not tomorrow. Yeah, probably do a show tomorrow, not Saturday. I mean, Monday, but most likely tomorrow. Probably early, you know what I'm saying? So, other than that, I'm out. Salute, yo.